exactly how.
I'm just gonna figure it out. We all feel.
It's connected, Joe.
Same. It was like, who is this man?
Yeah, right.
Oh, well. What do you want to do?
It's trying to make me do multiple.
Oh, that one's already connected to Zoom and everything.
Oh,
Just put it down to put our presentations,
Andy's right there.
and he's right next to the right.
And that was me for the ones. What's Zach left?
Morning. What?
Are you ready?
I'm getting there. Yeah, I'm ready though. Thanks, go. Because I'm speaking.
So Keith, yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Good morning.
Yes. Whoever's.
Okay.
On.
Commissioner Sadowski and Commissioner Enders are online.
Right.
I'm here.
I'm here as well.
Is Commissioner Beasley, is she available? She's going to stay back as well. Everybody ready?
Commissioner Beasley's not coming today. She's not going to be present online either.
Okay, thank you. Are we recording the meeting? Ready to get started? From you guys in? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Welcome everybody to the October 4th, 2022 City Planning Commission meeting. Just think Halloween is right around the corner and Christmas is only 82 days away. So we're happy to see everybody in person and online. So we'll be using this format as we move forward with our meetings, but still hope most will attend in person. Because we're still working through some of the kinks in this approach, we ask for patience as we work through our cases today. We will become more efficient over time. City Planning Commissioners look forward to hearing your project and understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all the cases individually with the attention that they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. We also believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is hybrid, we'll continue our time limits for the cases that we hear, which is 5 minutes for the city staff presentation, plus questions from the commission, 20 minutes for the applicant presentation, and again, plus any questions by the commissioners. And then once we move to public comment. I will call on those that are here in the council chambers first, followed by those that are joining us online. In any event, please limit public comments to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when speaking or representing a community association or larger group. In all instances, please limit the amount of repetitive comments. A new rule to point out that is under item 4, under other matters on your docket, concerning a lunch break. If we believe our meeting will extend beyond 1 o'clock, I will announce by 11 our intention whether we will take a lunch break or not. The break will be a minimum of 30 minutes and will occur after we conclude a case within the 12 o'clock hour. So I'll make sure I note that to everybody by 11 o'clock this morning. I want to continue up reminding everybody the city is updating the comprehensive plan titled the KC Spirit Playbook. Sections of the plan are available for review. The Empowerment Committee, in fact, meets in the next couple of weeks to outline how we plan to present and finalize the plan. So check out the website playbook.kcmo.gov for more information on KC Spirit Playbook. So as we get started, I ask staff to provide some ground rules and instructions as we conduct this meeting to ensure that we have minimal disruption and maximum clarity. So Joe, can you go over those rules, please?
Since this is a hybrid meeting, we have some people joining us in person in the council chamber, and of course, some participating virtually on Zoom. For those of you participating on Zoom, if you're a member of the applicant or applicant's team, whenever I call the case, please raise your hand so we can promote you over to a panelist position. If you're a citizen wishing to provide testimony on any case, go ahead and raise your hand when the planner begins their presentation on the case, and we will promote you over to a panelist position when the chair calls for public testimony. With regard to public testimony, if you're in attendance in the chamber and you're interested in providing testimony, you can just come on up when the chair opens the public hearing. Those in attendance in the chamber will get to speak first, and then we'll go to those who've raised their hand on Zoom. The chat feature in Zoom is for questions about placement or location on the agenda or technical troubleshooting. It is not to be used for providing any testimony or discussion of the merits on any project. And that concludes my information, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's go ahead and begin our meeting then. Starting with the consent agenda items, beginning with the one case that's looking to be continued.
On consent, the only continuance is docket item C4, case number CPC 2022-00157. Request to approve a project plan in District B1 to allow the construction of a 48-unit apartment complex at the southeast corner of North Main and Northeast 85th Terrace. Staff has recommended, and I believe the applicant agrees to the continuance November 1st without, staff has recommended with fee on this one. And that's it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, we don't agree with that continuance. We would like to move forward today. So we would like that pulled off the agenda, the consent agenda. Genevieve's aware of that.
We have our reports for that.
Yes. And then another one, just so you know, that we want pulled off the consent agenda is item C 3.1. The staff has recommended denial of that. We would like to proceed and we'd like to make our presentation.
All right, yeah, we do have a copy of the C4. So this commission's plan to pull it off of the consent agenda and hear it as a regular agenda item.
I can give you a little bit of the background. My client has worked with the staff since June 2nd, since these projects were initially discussed with the staff. It was a last minute request to continue this case to November 1st. And we don't believe that the request to continue is appropriate. the staff now wants to talk to the Water Services Department. That will all occur as we proceed with building permits.
My only issue is I haven't had time to even review the case because it was continued on the docket.
Commissioner Allender, we've got a full presentation which will identify the issues for you.
Anybody else?
I'm happy to hear it.
Do we have a staff presentation?
It
Yeah,
was sent last night.
Yep.
Yes, and the staff recommendation also contains a conditions and plan comment report. And we're in agreement with most of those conditions, I believe, so.
I'd say as long as the staff feels comfortable to present as well. I'm fine with it.
Commissioners, I did not prepare a staff presentation for this case, only the other case requested off the consent docket. The information I can give you is that the staff report was written. We were mostly all in agreement with how the case was proceeding. And when the staff report was reviewed by Joe, upper level than myself, he looked at the site and became a little bit concerned about the site itself. Has a regional detention basin on it that a number of public storm sewers empty into. And so it was his preference that staff communicate internally a little bit more, as there is a lot of development going on in this area, in the Metro North area. That's basically all the information you need to know from us.
But you do have full staff reports on it. And, you know, this is a last minute request by the staff. Plus the staff, astoundingly to me, is requesting that we pay a continuance fee due to their last minute issue. I think our presentation and the staff report that was done will give you a full explanation. And my clients have come in from Utah in order to hear these matters today.
Just for clarity, Sarah, do we have to make a motion to pull it off and put it on the regular agenda, or no, we can just wait until we're ready to hear the cases?
I would say,
In my opinion, if there's no objection from anybody to pull it off, I think you can just do it with consent, but if there is, then I would say make a motion.
If it's just a water issue that could be potentially worked out, I'd be fine hearing it, especially since guessing it's probably recommended for approval. So.
Have we got people from the water department up to speed with the issue?
I think the water department.
Yeah. Travis Kiefer, you available?
Yes, sir.
Any thoughts on this? Are you guys up to speed on this case?
I've taken a look at, talked to Genevieve and yeah, the concern is everything running into that very small detention basin on that site and really no overflow plans. There's nothing beyond just what's shown on the utility sheet showing everything going into that. There's no other drainage information provided on this. So yeah, I would recommend that this be held until we get this issue worked out, because this could dramatically change the footprint of the site here.
Chairman Crowell.
Yes.
There's no reason that this can't get dealt with at the time of building permit. Also, I'm surprised that rather than recommending continuance to October 18th, the staff is recommending to November 1st. I'm sure there's sufficient time between now and October 18th to deal with it too. And I would request that if the commission recommends continuance of this matter, that it not charge a continuance fee because it's not due to our request to continue. And that it be to October 18th.
I think you need to go ahead and remove this because there's really been,
Yeah.
you've established a quorum already with the testimony provided.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move it in then and listen to it as part of docket item 13. I'll get a little chance throughout the day to be able to look at the staff report by the commission. Okay. Let's go ahead with the rest of the consent agenda items, please. I guess omitting 3.1. Looks like another one that has difference there. What?
I don't think we could hear you, Patricia. What did you?
So C1, C2, C3.2 and C5.
You want to discuss C4 and C3.1, right?
See what? I want to
3.1 and
discuss
C4.
3.1 and C4.
So then the commission can proceed with a motion to approve all of the items on consent except C3.1 and C4. And we'll hear those in the regular portion of the docket.
You want to open those cases up first before we make a
Oh,
motion
sure.
on them?
That's why you were looking at me like that? Okay.
Yeah.
Docket item C1, case number CPC 2022-00124. Request to approve a project plan in District UR and US on about 17 acres at the southwest corner of Arlington Avenue and Parvin Road to allow for a new 200,000 square foot warehouse building. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C2, case number final plat 2022-00029. Request to approve a final plat in District UR on about 3 acres at the northeast corner of 45th and Olive. Docket item C3.2, case number CPC 2022-00158. Request to approve a project plan in District B2-2 for a multi-unit residential building containing 48 units at the northwest corner of Main and 85th Terrace. And docket item C5, case number CPC 2022-00156. Request to approve a project plan in District B2 for a multi-unit building containing 48 units at 5,000 Northeast Russell Road. Staff is recommending approval with conditions, and that concludes consent.
Okay, any questions from the commission regarding C1, C2, C3.2 or C5?
I have a question, Mr. Chair. It looks like 3132 C5, 48 units from the same developer. Are they different cases? I'm just trying to understand.
So C5 is on a separate property. They're all the same developer, very similar projects, just different properties in the case of C5.
Right.
C4 is a separate property. C3.1 and 3.2 are separate properties, but immediately adjacent to one another, which is why we put them as companions.
So they're doing.
Is that correct,
They're
Genevieve?
doing, I'm confused. How many developments are we approving here? We approving 3, or there's one denied, one, and we're going to hear that case. And then C5 is a separate development completely. Is that correct?
Genevieve.
Yes, Commissioner Allender. So yes, there's a lot going on here. There are 4 project plans that have 4 projects on 4 separate properties. 3 of them are very close together. 2 of them, like Joe said, are on adjacent properties. 1 of them, based on the site plan and staff report, staff's recommending approval. 1 of them, denial for the presentations that will be made. I do have a presentation for that one. So there's 2 projects with recommendations of approval at this time. The one for continuance, which my understanding we'll talk about later, and then the one for denial.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for C1, C2? 3.2 or C5? Is anybody from the public that would like to speak regarding docket item C1, C2, C3.2, or C5?
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber wishing to speak and no one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay, go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve with conditions C1, C2, C3.2, and C5.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item C1, C2, C3.2, and C5. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes for approval of those cases. Okay, so now we're looking at docket item C3.1. Is that one you want to open, Joe?
Case number CPC 2022-00159. Request to approve a project plan in District B2 for a multi-unit building containing 48 units on 3 acres at 8601 North Wyandotte. Genevieve Khan is the staff planner.
I have a presentation if you'd like me to share that.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Docket item C 3.1 is before you with a recommendation of denial, and I have prepared a few slides to explain the staff report that was written as to what led to this recommendation. First, the site is generally located in the Northland, just east of Metro North Mall area. Subject site is zone B2-2, which allows residential uses and multi-unit buildings. And then I also want to point out that the Bluffs apartment project, which is C 3.2, is located on this property to the south here. Here's the proposed site plan for the project. It is a 3-story building containing 48 units. And then there's a large cul-de-sac area next to the parking for emergency vehicle turnaround. Staff did have a pre-application meeting with the applicant about this site prior to the application being submitted. And at that time, it was recommended by staff that the building be rotated to front on North Main Street. Staff also brought up concerns about the layout of the property, or sorry, the layout of the site plan, and encouraged the applicant to utilize the site more efficiently by having either an additional building or amenity space or something to achieve what we consider the highest and best use of the land. And as you can see, those changes were not submitted with the original submittal. And then I just wanted to point out for the first review, I did include these corrections or these comments again in the comment letter during my first review, to which the applicant responded saying that they may or may not do an additional building on the southern portion of the site, but they don't intend to split the lot. So just trying to imagine a couple of scenarios here. If the applicant were to come back at a later date to do a second building, they would need to go through the development plan process because they would have 2 principal buildings on 1 lot. And staff advises the applicant to go through this process now, just for the efficiency of review and best practices of phased planning. There's no sense in approving a project now on a property and then coming back and showing it to you all again with a second building on it. There might be arguments by the applicant team about phased development, maybe more appropriate for a larger site like the Metro North Crossing to the west. However, if more than one building can fit on a property, then phased development may be appropriate, whether it's 3 acres or 20 acres. Additionally, just for context, the phased development at Metro North was part of a UR rezoning, which also requires a development plan. So staff was okay to have the single building on this property. However, I just want to point out this east facade is what you would see from North Main Street. So, we went back and forth and I said, okay, we can do the single building, but please have it front North Main Street for that enhanced street frontage. And the applicant's response to that was if they rotate the building, that they may not have room for a second building. So you see the conflict kind of going around in circles here. And then I also just wanted to show you the tree removal plan that was submitted. The site is mostly vegetated, and rotating the building would probably impact about the same amount of trees needing to be removed here. So I want to sum up that these two sites, I sort of pasted them together here. This is C 3.2 project before you. They were submitted under 2 separate project plans, even though the properties here for sale are under the same ownership. And because they're on 2 separate lots, technically they don't need to go through the development plan. But the intent behind the requirement of a development plan is that the impact is greater because we trigger the development plan when there's 50 plus units or the building coverage is 40,000 square feet and above. And this then triggers the public engagement process and council approval. So if we look at these projects together, as we would in typical planning practice, this is now 96 units on 2 separate properties. And so planning believes that the impact is that of a development plan really, and then we should get into the public engagement and council approval of something like this. And then lastly, I just wanted to show you, this was included in the staff report, just a rough outline of maybe what the site could look like, perhaps if more efficiently using the land, could fit multiple buildings on here. You'd have plenty of vehicular use space and parking, could have amenity space. There's a lot of, options. This is maybe not a giant piece of land, but it definitely is enough land. And, housing in Kansas City is a contentious topic. We need it. And so we're really just trying to plan here, but we can only plan for really what's given to us. And just because a project may meet the bare minimum of the code, that doesn't mean it's good planning. And so for these reasons, staff is recommending denial of this project. I can take any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Okay. Ashley, any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, based on the loose interpretation of additional multifamily buildings being on site, does that trigger any additional approvals in terms of how many units per acre can be on that site?
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, if they did put additional units on the site, then that would be a second principal building and they would need to go through the development plan process. Essentially, if they're adding anything, it would probably trigger development plan. That's why staff suggested, we're not holding you to anything. You do not have to build these 2 buildings, but if you just show us on the plan what it's going to look like, we can better plan. And maybe you only build 1 and the market crashes and nothing else happens. But it's at least plan. That's what we're doing. We're planning here.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Pulling up Ms. Jensen's presentation.
Okay. I think having it online is fine. Thank you.
Sometimes you want to flip back.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Patricia Jensen with the Russ Fretz Law Firm, 4510 Bellevue, here today on behalf of the applicant. And Mike Watson is with Sumatera, and I don't know your address out in Utah.
79 West, 900 North, Suite B, Springville, Utah, 84663. Good morning.
And Commissioner Sadowski, I think the answer to your question really is that we have sufficient lot area. The site is all zoned commercially. It's not zoned solely for residential uses. So our site area complies with the code requirements. Also in the audience today is our engineer who will speak to these two cases. If you have any questions, along with Mr. Gary Hayes with MD Management, who is the owner of these two properties. As you know, we've got an issue in the city and we need to be able to build affordable units. While the staff has presented you a pie in the sky development, it doesn't take into account all of the financing costs, all of the construction costs. We are not building amenity spaces. This is similar to the case you heard over at 80, North Oak and the address though.
8116 North Oak.
8116 North Oak that you recently heard. So you can see from this site that we are zoned B2-2. I gotta figure out how to advance this. And as Genevieve has shown you, this is the city's aerial city parcel viewer map and the location of the site for the Stony Brook Apartments. I'm going to show you some photos. This is looking east at the site from North Wyandotte Street. And this looks north at Metro North from Berry Road, which is under construction. This looks east at Northwest 85th Terrace from North Wyandotte. And you can see there's an automobile dealership with a big parking lot behind the buildings from Northwest Berry Road. And that is where their car is waiting to be fixed in terms of body work are. This looks south on Northeast 85th Terrace between North Main and North Oak Trafficway. So this is one of our adjacent neighbors, which is a storage facility. And this looks east directly across the street at the Willows condominiums from North Main Street. You can see that these condominium buildings do not front on North Main Street. They side up to North Main Street. This looks southwest at the site from North Main. And this is the layout this is the depiction of the Stony Brook Apartments, as you've already seen. This is the site plan that we've envisioned for the site currently. It is true that we don't want to front onto North Main Street, not only for a number of reasons. It's not required in the code anywhere. We look at the adjacent uses around us, but we don't know what the market will do at this point in time. We don't know if there's a total demand for an additional building here, but we want to we want to preserve our right if we get fully leased up to do that. This is the landscape plan. We paid careful attention to the landscaping along North Main Street. Here's the timeline in the application. I wasn't involved then, but there was a pre-application meeting with staff on June 2nd. There was the initial submission on August 29th. And then you can see the comments we've received and we've responded back to. Our request today is to approve the project plan for the Stony Brook Apartments on approximately 3.2 acres for the development of the 48 multifamily units. Subject to the conditions that are listed in your staff report, except we of course request the deletion of conditions numbers 7 and 8. And I'm going to have Mike provide comments.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I'm glad to be here today. It's nice to be back in town. We're very excited about this project. And I think for me as the developer, the main contingency that we're facing here is whether the building be east and west or north and south. And in the context of the planning staff's recommendation on a future development plan with the 4 buildings that Genevieve was kind enough to show us, she showed our building location in the exact location that we've submitted it as today. So her recommendation, if this is a properly planned site, would be to put it there. Our recommendation is also to put it there. Now, where we differ is the explanation or the desire that if we're not doing a full development plan at this time, that we rotate the building. And it's a simple issue. I'd reiterate what Patricia said. This is not a code requirement. This is a personal preference. And it is our desire to do a full development plan in the future there, if we can make the market work with the number of units we have. You'll have to remember in context, there are 3 sites there together. If this were one building on one site, we would approach this differently. But where we have the adjacent property and then the property across the street to the kitty corner there are 3 buildings that we're putting in at the same time. And we have concerns as to financing. We have concerns as to the scalability of the impact that will bring with that many units at once. So we'd like to be left with the opportunity to follow Genevieve's recommendation in future development to have the building exactly where she recommends it would be. However, we can't engage in the financing right now for an entire project that we don't know is viable yet. And this is simply for the development side, on our side, the developer side, a finance issue. If I show a full development plan and only do part of it, my financing is very different with my banking. I want to finance and build what is allowable by code, what is recommended as a smaller piece to a greater whole that the Planning Commission has submitted or seen today and the staff approves themselves. And if we can get those 3 buildings built on the adjacent site and the site across the street, we would love on record to state that we would come back with a development plan and plan that in a master plan way. So that's our wishes as a developer. And unfortunately, we're in very tenuous times financially right now. No one understands and knows exactly what's going to happen with interest rates and with all the things that are going in the market. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Gary Hayes will voice his support.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. My name's Gary Hayes. I'm with MD Management Incorporated. We're office at 4600 West College Boulevard in Overland Park, Kansas. We currently own the ground that is being discussed here. And due to our large amount of holdings in this area, we're very selective on who we actually sell to and who we do business with. We own ground all the way from Oakberry Shopping Center at North Oak and Berry all the way to the other side of 169 Highway. We even owned Metro North Mall at one time. The buyer and the developer for you is one of integrity. They're very good at what they do. I've been doing this for about 30 years and their communication and dedication to this project is impeccable. I get weekly reports from them on exactly where they're at in the process and the step-by-step. And I can tell you that there's no stones unturned with these guys. They do a great job. I think they have a great concept. They're very good at what they do, but they're very cautious. They don't take on more than what they can take on. And so I strongly recommend or would appreciate your approval of the project.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
I can't download the staff report. So can somebody tell me what?
Should be 3.1.
Yeah, I can't download.
Okay.
I can give it to you.
Number 7 and number 8. What's the exceptions on number 7 and number 8? Didn't you want to take exceptions to conditions 7 and 8?
Yes, I
What-
can
what-
give you a copy. of
Okay,
this.
that'd be great.
7 is rotate the building to front North Main Street prior to building permit. And then 8 is for conversations between applicant and staff. So it's all related to
To
turning-
the building.
turning the building.
location. Okay.
So could we just confirm that it's not in the code to have it oriented to the street?
There's nothing in the code that specifically states that. There are criteria that we have to consider that aim at achieving what Genevieve was describing.
I guess we can do public testimony and then I can add my comments. So.
Yes.
There's one question. You used the word affordable housing. What do you mean by that?
It's really more workforce housing than it is affordable housing, depending upon your definition of things.
What I wanted to know.
Our intention is to do what we refer to as workforce housing. There are no tax benefits, there's no Section 8, but we love the salt of the earth. We love single parents, we love school teachers, we love police officers. These are the people that we rent to, and we want to be for market, but at the entry level point of the market.
Commissioner Sadowski or Enders?
I just wanted a little more clarification. If you could give us a sense of what you see as the entry point of the market as it exists today.
Do you mean rents?
Yes.
To know your rent, your starting rent.
Our starting rents will be in the $900 to $950 per unit range. Depending on, there's multiple unit sizes that would show a variance there.
Okay, thank you.
And our
Chair
rent-
Corral, I don't have any questions for the applicant. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3.1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber standing up to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. I'll start with a comment here from myself. And with this case and this docket item, just given the location where it's at, being at Metro North Mall, which is a big feature of the Northland and it's being redeveloped and into some kind of destination type of thing. This is right across the street from that to the east. I totally get and understand the effort to want to have the one facility per the lot, but it sure does seem like you can orient it. Maybe not it's against Main Street, maybe it's against Wyandotte Street to have a better feature and fronting the Metro North location and still provide your one building with the parking as you are showing like this. But in the current orientation that it's shown right now, I don't support it because I think it's not good planning that we should have it. And that big apartment backs up to residential properties. I think that'll be something as a challenge to them. I just think there's a better way we can put this facility on this lot to make it better fit with what's there existing now. So that's my opinion as one commissioner.
First of all, I love what you're doing just generally in the city. I think even though I was told I'd be liable for someone's death last time we approved your project, I think what you're doing in the Northland is really important. I agree with the orientation. I think it'd be oriented along one of the streets. And I think that while the market's iffy right now, I think you should plan for another building. I'm just guessing. I think I'd be in support of it now simply because of it's a lack of code requirement. But as a follow-up to that, I think I would make a separate motion whatever the commission decides, to have staff review text amendment to codify orientation along major streets. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, and comments not to say of the great work you're doing in the area. You certainly are doing great work and we like what you're doing. It's just, for me, it's just the orientation.
Chair Corral, I was looking at the staff report at the bottom, Exhibit A, and the way that the Bluffs apartments are kind of anticipated to show up at the south end of that site, I feel as though that might address your concern about frontage from Metro North. Does that seem accurate, or am I kind of misinterpreting the layout?
Are you asking me?
Yes, because I'm not 100% sure. I think I understand what you're saying. And I think based upon the way that the Bluffs apartment, which again is confusing because it's a separate proposal, but the way that that's oriented, I think it might actually address what you were hoping, saying, hey, I want something to look to be fronting Metro North Mall and to have just a better appearance from the south. And I think the Bluffs apartments might be checking that box, but I wanted to double check with you as opposed to assume that that's the case.
Yeah, I just see it being reoriented and more facing Wyandotte Street than Main Street.
Gotcha. Okay.
Chairman,
And then,
could I point out one thing on our site plan?
Hold on, we're talking amongst
Okay.
the commission, please.
so then my only other comments would be along the lines of what you two have already stated. I think this is a good project for this area. As you all know, I was kind of pressed hard on the Metro North phased plan. I really appreciate what staff did with Metro North to make it flexible for the developer. And I kind of just expressed my fears about how long it might take to develop in this part of the city. I've been following it pretty closely, and I think unfortunately it has been pretty slow going in terms of both residential and commercial. And so I do have a lot of sympathy to the applicant of trying to start at the north end of the site, do something that's a little more conservative perhaps, and that it allows them to modify as they add. And so I appreciate that sentiment, and so I'm supportive of it as it stands. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
No.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sadowski.
Sorry to tell. Yeah, I think my concern is more of a process concern than anything else. I think the way Genevieve laid it out was that the best practice would be to create a development plan. And I think the key factor with that is that you're engaging the neighborhood adjacent to that. And I feel sympathy to some of the neighbors because they're experiencing a lot of new development, very close proximity to where they are. So I know we all want housing, but I feel like the process needs to play out how it does in most multifamily projects, which is there's a clear development plan and engages with the neighborhood. So for me, it's going to be in denial.
I would support that. I think the neighbours need to be informed. I feel that this is a way that the developers being able to move through the ordinance, I suppose, and not have neighbourhood engagement. Just the way that they've cut the development. And I also support you, Mr. Chair, on I think you've got to have a facing out towards the mall. So for me, I will support staff in denial here.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I just want to point out that if you look at the site plan that was submitted, we have a detention basin along North Wyandotte. Our engineers have looked at that site. They understand that site and they know where the storm drainage goes. So we can't face the building towards North Wyandotte. We've shown you ample evidence that the buildings around us are not directly facing the street, and there is no code requirement that requires this.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think they can make it happen. That's my opinion.
If I could speak again, Commissioner. Building is exactly where we want it to be if we can continue with the development. And moving the building severely restricts our future development opportunities. In fact, staff recommends the building be exactly where it is under a development plan. It makes no sense to me to move it and preclude us in the future from adding additional development should it be warranted.
All right, let's go ahead and close testimony then. And I think we've had some comments between the commissioners. Anything else to state?
Nothing.
I'll take a motion then.
Someone want to make a motion because I can read the room. So I don't want to make two motions.
Well, I'll make the motion. Mr. Chair, I move that 3.1 recommend follow staff recommendation of denial.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for denial of docket item 3.1 as presented. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please? And just understand a yay vote is in favor of denial, where a nay vote is not in favor of that.
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
No.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Nay.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 5-2 for denial of the site plan or the project as it is laid out today.
Can I make another motion on related to this? Is that okay?
I think what you're asking for is a text amendment or something like that. Let's put that down to the end, but I also made a note to the next meeting I have with Director Williams.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. That takes us through the consent agenda items, Joe, and we're ready to.
I don't believe it takes you through the consent agenda.
No, I'm moving docket item number 4 to the end of our
Oh,
agenda
okay.
so that there is opportunity that we can actually review the
That's
case
fine.
before
Thank you.
that.
Docket item number 1 on regular.
Do we want to go with
Or
continuances first?
Okay.
So I think we have 2.
That is correct. There's 2 listed on the agenda, starting with docket item 10, case number SUP 2022-00033. Request to approve a drive-through facility for a Taco Bell at the northwest corner of Linwood and Van Brunt Boulevard. Staff is recommending continuance to November 1st with fee. And docket item 11, case number CPC 2022-00128. Request to rezone a third of an acre at 21st and Vine to from district UR to district DR-5. On this one, the applicant is requesting continuance without fee. Staff recommends without fee to November 1st. So the agenda is wrong on that date.
Okay, any questions from the commission regarding docket items 10 or 11? Okay, seeing none, is there anybody from the public wishing to speak about continuance of docket items 10 or 11?
There's no one in the chamber, and on Zoom, no one has raised their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
I move to continue docket items 10 to November 1st and docket item 11 to November 1st. 10 with fee and 11 without fee.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second to continue docket items 10 and 11, the 10 with fee and 11 without fee. To November 1st on both of them. Lisa, can you take roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
All right, so that brings us back to docket item number 1, please.
Docket item number 1 is case number CPC 2022-00114, request to approve a rezoning without a plan on property located at 5220 Troost Avenue to rezone it from R1.5 to District B1. And you have heard this case previously of a required quorum that includes Allender, Beasley, Crowell, Enders, and Rojas. Najma Muhammad is the staff planner.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I
Morning.
expect like no response in Zoom, but geez, we're in person. Okay, so the last time we heard this case, the City Plan Commission was informed by our legal counsel that the only way for there to be restrictions on this rezoning is through a deed restriction agreed upon by the applicant. And so in the between time, the applicant as well as community groups, as you can see laid out in the letter that I passed around from Vincent Gaultier, they spoke on different levels of what uses they would agree on restricting and those that they weren't. And so you'll be able to see those, I guess, discrepancies in the staff report based on the list provided by Mr. Fouch and before you in the letter that lays out the request of the community members. So other than that, I don't have much more to present other than reminding the City Plan Commission that a rezoning without plan is a legal step for any property owner to take. And it is not allowed or is illegal for staff or City Plan Commission to condition a rezoning without plan because there is not a plan. All other comment on this can be presented by the applicant and the applicant's team.
Okay, that's the end of your presentation or?
That's the end of what I have to present.
Okay,
Everything else will be based on what the applicant and the community decided on in you all's discussion.
any questions from the commission then? Okay, all right, applicant available to speak on this one?
Morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much for having us here today. As Najma said, the intent today is to reach resolution this morning at long last and obtain your recommendation for this application and move forward. My name is Bob Johnson of the Polsinelli Law Firm. I represent the owner of the property 5220 Troost LLC, represented here today by Steve Fouch, who may also have comments. If questions are appropriately directed to Mr. Fouch, I will ask him to come up and address those. As always, thank you to your dedicated staff through the process. I think all interested parties here, from the applicant to the community, can agree on staff being very, very professional and helping to facilitate this matter. All are likely familiar with the application from prior presentations, so I won't belabor that, but just to set the stage, property is located at 5220 Troost along the Troost mixed-use corridor to the northwest corner of 53rd and Troost. The property had been used for student residential purposes until the pandemic, and the pandemic caused student housing demand to plummet. As you all know, that changed the facet of many real estate properties, but certainly this one experienced declining demand, which has persisted to the point where it's clear that residential uses and student housing at this site is no longer viable. The owner of the property, as a result, must make beneficial use of the property so that it does not sit vacant for a period of time. It does not become blighted, doesn't fail to produce rental revenues or property tax revenues, all things that both the applicant, the community, the city at the whole would benefit from a beneficial use of the property. So that, of course, has been the intent of the applicant in moving this forward to find a viable use for the property. Along this corridor, which, as you know, has various uses, including many commercial uses, it is evident that D1 zoning is the best zoning category that would be needed to present the best opportunity to make beneficial use of the property. That's both now and in the future. this property needs the ability to have multiple use categories so that we can attract tenants today. And for the perpetuity, it becomes a viable property so that the intermittent vacancies and problems historically with the property being utilized consistently would be put behind the property, both for the current owner and if there are future owners, it is set up for success for the long run. One more technical note, there's not a plan associated with the rezoning request because one is not needed. The building, of course, exists today. All of the use categories which the owner would like to have maintained within the B1 zoning would be adaptable to the building as it is today. There have been significant investments made to the property to the tune of about $12 million since this owner took over ownership of the property and believes that any of those uses that they have been speaking to and tenants that they have been speaking to would be adaptable to the space as improved. And indeed, the area plan calls for this zoning type within this corridor. That's been part of the staff report and I believe part of the discussion in the past. And of course, the request is fully supported by staff. And that was prior to what's occurred since the last CPC meeting and continues today. That without conditions, we have full support of staff and your area plan would support B1 zoning at this location. Of course, designating uses within the B1 zoning category and by adoption of the area plan, the city has already determined a set of uses that would be acceptable at this property. Nonetheless, we heard your direction at the last CPC meeting to take an additional step to engage members of the community and to move forward with an additional set of restrictions, private restrictions over and above those restrictions that the city has already said are acceptable within B1 zoning and within the area plan, so that there was an attempt to be made at consensus as to what uses could be made at the site. There are, of course, many voices involved in that conversation. The idea that we could satisfy all the voices was something we wanted to pursue. It has not come to fruition. And to that effect, just a short timeline of the engagement that has occurred since CPC, not to air laundry, but just to demonstrate what has occurred since last meeting, given the direction from CPC to engage the public and come up with a deed restriction. The owner engaged the representative for the groups that have been interested in the project immediately after the continuance on September 6th. And that, of course, was the second continuance that was taken for this project. This is, of course, following substantial engagement prior to that date, but following your direction to specifically hone in on the deed restriction. That was done immediately after the continuance was taken on September 6th. Still working to get a meeting set on September 12th. The owner provided the deed restriction that is in your packet with the language of the deed restriction document and the uses that would be restricted to the neighborhood rep. And when a meeting still had not been set on September 26th, the owner provided that deed restriction to staff in order to meet the deadline that was required to move forward with this project on this hearing timeline. A meeting was finally set last Thursday on the 29th. The owner arrived at that meeting, but no one else arrived at the meeting. Obviously, that was not able to lead to a discussion despite us showing up at the meeting. No one else arrived. We did later that afternoon receive an alternative list. It was our list with comment bubbles to it, some additional requests that were made from the representative that had been engaged with the owner through email. That list contained several comments to the restrictions that had already been offered by the owner. There were some that were acceptable and some that weren't. And so early the next morning, Mr. Fouch responded that there were two additional requests that were made by the representative that were acceptable and others that were not. The two that were acceptable we would be happy to add to the deed restriction would be restricting indoor shooting ranges and restricting marijuana dispensaries. No issue with restricting those items for the property. Again, the purpose of walking through that is to demonstrate that the owner has in good faith complied with the direction of CPC, has met the deadlines as required by staff to move forward today. We've taken 2 continuances here. We frankly need to move forward at this point with a hearing and being considered and taking a vote today respectfully. And the reason for that is that the property is sitting vacant. We've had multiple break-ins at the property, arrests at the property that have occurred. We've lost prospective tenants given the delays, and frankly can't continue to go on this path and lose more time and potentially lose tenants that have been in discussions with the owner through further delays and also more issues with security of the facility, all which leads, of course, to additional investment that must be made in addition to the carry cost of a vacant facility. We simply need to make this property into a property that can be utilized for beneficial use and frankly, essentially prevent it from becoming a blighted property and one that is producing a positive use for both the owner, the community, and the city on the whole. So with that, we seek your recommendation. We thank you for your time and we are open for any questions.
Any questions from the commission?
I'm just still trying to get this staff report on my, what were the restrictions that Mr. Fouch actually picked?
List, I have it pulled up here if you want me to share my screen. Get a gist, but to go through each one would.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you at all. Can you speak in your
Yes,
mic?
my apologies. It's an extensive list to go through each one individually, maybe a little bit not timely, but I can pull the list up so you can have a gist of the uses some of the uses that they've restricted at this location.
I've read that, but is there extra ones that Mr. Fouch rejected?
From my understanding of the list that I passed out to you all, they agreed on not doing the medical marijuana facilities and other similar uses to that. And the shooting range, the other ones, I don't think that they agreed upon. That's on this particular list.
That's my question. Can you quickly go through the other 7?
Commissioner Allender, from my recollection, as I just breezed through the staff report last night and today, the only one that I remember hearing people speak about restricting was short-term rentals. And that was the only one that I saw that was not restricted in this deed restriction.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
And if it's okay, Chair Crowell, I'll add a question now to the applicant.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, first, applicant, thank you so much for going through that process. I think it's commendable that you went through it and disappointing that you didn't get more feedback. Thank you for doing that, though. I just wanted to ask specifically if you happen to reach out to UMKC and or Rockhurst.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Mr. Fouch had been dealing directly with a representative who had at least purported to speak for all of those groups and was gathering consensus from each of those groups. So if I'm not incorrect, I don't believe Mr. Fouch, he didn't engage each various group, but the one representative who was purporting to gather all comments from those groups, including those 2 entities. Is that correct, Mr. Fouch?
Yes, Steve Fouch, I'm the owner, 7105 Northwest Boulder Court in Parkville. Yeah, we have been working with UMKC and Rockhurst over multiple years, ever since the pandemic happened, to see if they would have any need for more student housing, which was an absolute no. We offered the property for sale to them as well. They both rejected that as well. So then we have been working with various members from both of those organizations, trying to get it rezoned and what would be a useful purpose. As you've heard, we've had break-ins as well. So we've been trying to get security forces from Rockhurst to help out as well to monitor the area.
Got it. Thank you. And again, it's too bad that there wasn't more feedback in the last couple of weeks, but I do think that personally, I am more excited about supporting this based upon those restrictions that you all opted into. So thank you for doing that.
Sure.
Can you state again why the short-term rental wasn't marked? Just curious.
The short-term rental is sort of a gray area in the zoning code. When we were R 1.5, it was not really allowed and not really unallowed, disallowed. So that's what was filling our gap for a while, is we were running it as short-term rental just to help pay utilities and so forth. So I figured if for some reason we still can't find a good user, short-term rental, was working. But I didn't want to restrict it and keep us limited again on what potential we could get out of the property.
I think, yeah, the clear point there is that that's not the long-term intent for the facility, but if there's not a tenant that arrives day one, we want that optionality.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Ashley?
Thank you.
Okay, so this time we'll go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there from the public that would like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please come forward and or raise your hand on the Zoom feature. Morning.
Thank you, Chairman Crowell, members of the commission, staff. My name is Vincent Gautier, 5720 Rock Hill. I am a board member of the 4963 Neighborhood Coalition, had a long involvement with this property. I was asked to facilitate this process with the interested parties. These interested parties are UMKC, Rockhurst, 4963, Rock Hill Crest, St. Francis Xavier, Troost CID. These are all entities, organizations, and institutions that are immediately adjacent to or oversee this specific site. They are long vested in this community, and I hope you hear what they have to say. I do want to clarify, it was our party that actually asked for the meeting last Thursday. And when we didn't get confirmation, we didn't show up. I appreciate that Steve was there. Had we known he was going to be there, we would have been there as well. And I'll get into the issue of what we're asking for specifically. First and foremost, it is a consensus of these institutions and organizations that there be a rezoning with a plan. It's very simple that is a fair and good way to do planning. You've just rejected a project because you looked at a plan and the building was not actually located in the correct location for your guidelines. We have no plan as a neighborhood to look at this point. However, if you do want to look at it from the charge that was given to the neighborhood to add potential restrictive covenants to the deed, we have 3 specific items that we were asking for that the applicant, whom I respect, has chosen to disagree and not want to be a part of this. Those 3 are very simple, and they have to do with the fact that you have a lot of students and other vulnerable populations in this area. So first, under group living, domestic shelters and other domestic violence facilities. Number 2, under hospital and office medical, no drug or alcohol rehabilitation centers. And 3, under retail, no marijuana or gun sales. I think these 3 are very simple concepts for this commission to consider. Again, that's no domestic violence centers, no drug alcohol rehab centers, anything like that kind of facility in or out, and marijuana and gun sales. It's also important, we believe, to exclude the clause in the B1, if you look at your B1 zoning, that specifically says, quote, reuse of officially designated historic landmark of proposed use is not permitted. What that means is if that clause is in there, effectively anything is allowed within B1 if it's in an historic landmark, and this building is listed in the National Register of Historic Places. I encourage that. Our neighborhood group supported the current development that's there because it had a plan and it did reuse an historic property. So I just would like to say that the neighborhood is also concerned with the interest that St. Francis Xavier Parish has in the parish hall that's in the property. I think that needs to be considered. But in conclusion, we just believe that good planning requires a plan. And that's what we would like to see. We would continue to like to work with the applicant, the owner. We've worked with them for years. And these institutions that I've mentioned have made major investments for literally combined centuries here in Kansas City, and they would like to have their voices be heard. Thank you.
One second. Those three you talked about, can you say those again?
Yes,
Drug and
please.
Alcohol Center.
Yes, it is under group living, domestic shelters, and domestic violence facilities, under hospital and office medical, alcohol and rehab centers, and similar types. And when I say these, it's for any type of facility that's like that. And then under retail, marijuana and gun sales, and any other similar type of activities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Alicia Douglas. I'm representing Rockhurst University, 1100 Rockhurst Road, Kansas City, Missouri, 64110. I'm just going to read our letter that we submitted again. In solidarity with our neighbors, Rockhurst University would like to give the conversation the time it needs to move forward. Therefore, we request the City Plan Commission grant a continuance on CD CPC 2022-00114. Rockhurst has taken the time to be in discussion with our neighbors about preferred and restricted uses for the property at 5220 Troost Avenue, as requested by CPC on September 6th, 2022. The university strongly stresses our community's preference for this rezoning change to be presented to the CPC with a plan. This opportunity may present itself if given time for both parties to come together to discuss recent recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak regarding docket item number 1? Good morning.
My name is Kenneth Spare. I live at 5310 Holmes. I represent Rock Hill Crest Neighborhood Association and to some degree Crestwood, which is the neighborhood I live in. I too want to commend you guys because I believe that the City Plan Commission is the first line of defending and protecting our our resources as citizens. Too much of our resources or rights as citizens is under assail right now in many ways. But it's important that we be able to be heard on these situations. And that is the heart of this one. They want a plan. They want a zoning change without a plan because they don't want to be heard on what they're really planning. We know from people who were in the building that they had Santa Lake Treatment Center come through, do an exhaustive survey of what they might have to change to have it be a rehab center. That's a plan. That same group tried to do the same thing in another school and they had to do the zoning change. The neighborhood came in strongly against it and it failed. So since you fail when the neighborhood knows what you're doing and you try to change the zoning, let's get the zoning changed without telling anybody what we're really planning. That's disingenuous and it's not working with the neighborhood. You heard them say that they've worked greatly with the neighborhood. That's not really the case. Most of the things, half of the things that they marked that they would agree not to do weren't allowed on B1 anyway. You put your mark in there strong enough, you can't see what's behind it. But there were various things on there that aren't allowed anyway. So it's very gracious to say you won't do it since you can't anyway. On the other hand, they had been doing Airbnb, which wasn't allowed in the current zoning, so it was illegal. In the process, and they say nothing's changed. Well, one of the paramount pieces of every plan that was presented for this building was a parish hall. The bishop came in and consecrated it as a parish hall. The bishop stood in front of the church in this congregation center and told them that they would have their parish hall. But when it came time to selling it, somebody dropped the ball and screwed us all over, because when they did the purchase, they didn't have any agreement on there for the parish hall. For 4 years now, the parish has been trying to get an agreement made. Mr. Fouch has said he wouldn't do it. In the term between the last hearing here and today, there has been change. They turned off the electricity. They put locks on the door so the parish can't use the hall. It's kind of hard to do it in the dark. Audio visuals just don't work very well with electrons to run them. We ask you very plainly to have it denied to do a zoning change without a plan. If I asked you to give me $1,000 and I might use it for a good investment, I doubt that you'd do it. Zoning is a resource. Our neighborhood is a resource. And to the ones of us who live there, it's an essential resource. And it's not a renewable resource. It's very rare that zoning ever gets brought down from a higher level. And granted, the higher the zoning, the likelihood of the value per square foot of property goes up. But that doesn't mean I could take my house and property and have it zone B1 so I could have a big business there or a 20-story building. It's important. And B1 supposedly says that it's for businesses that serve the neighborhood. Well, a high-scale drug rehab center does not serve the neighborhood, at least adjacent neighborhoods. Because quite frankly, while we have drug problems in our neighborhood, we don't have enough of them to fill the center. So I ask you to consider this important task as one to deny their request without plan. It doesn't mean just because it's legal to do it, but it's the moral thing to do or the right thing. The parish needs the parish hall. They've already told the parish that depending on who the new tenant is, they just might not have it. Well, that's after the church and the parish put in $70,000 worth of equipment. If they didn't have a right to the parish hall, why would they allow the church to spend $70,000 in there? Something doesn't jive. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else, Joe? Hard time hearing you. Your mic's not on.
There are 5 people who've raised their hand online that I'll promote, starting with Tom Bradshaw.
Okay. Is Bradshaw available?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Tom Bradshaw, 1600 Genesee, Kansas City, Missouri is the address for my law office. I'm a member of St. Francis Xavier Parish. I spoke at the last public witness opportunity or testimony opportunity. So I won't repeat a lot of what I had to say at that time. But there's been reference to the parish hall, or it's also called Xavier Hall. I've described that previously as the lifeblood of any religious community, a place to meet with their members and with members of the neighborhood. We participated in a mediation over several days in 2015 which was directed at that time by Mayor James and the city council because of controversy over development plans for that site by the Diocese of Kansas City, who is the owner. That building is the former elementary school building, which was closed because of declining attendance. It sat vacant for a period of time. And then during that mediation, the diocese made a commitment acknowledged by its attorneys that whatever development took place at that site in the future, the parish needed a parish hall and would have a parish hall under our control. I applaud the owners for rehabilitating that building and making a parish hall available to us. We tried to negotiate an agreement that would document our right to that parish hall. And the diocese eventually declined to finish the agreement after we had exchanged several red line copies. But in any event, we have used that hall extensively, weekdays, weeknights.
Mr. Bradshaw, we're out of time here. Hit your 2 minutes.
Okay, if I could have just a moment.
Mr. Bradshaw, are you opposed or for the project, please?
We are opposed without a plan.
Okay.
We understand that there's been negotiations with an institution that would do a rehab work and have inpatient opportunities there. That would, in effect, eliminate our use of the hall. So we would like to see the plan.
Thank you. Who's next? Pat Miller? Hi, Mr. Miller. As you take yourself off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Pat Miller. I'm the general counsel for the Catholic Diocese of Kansas City, St. Joseph, 20 West 9th Street, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm here representing the diocese and to offer our support for the rezoning plan. That's all I have.
You offer your support?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
The next person is Sean Ackerson.
It's a question.
Yeah, Mr. Miller, I need to clarify that again. So he's in support of the project without a plan or with a plan? But as
Mr.
it's
Miller?
written.
Yeah, it's as presented without a plan.
Without
the
a
diocese,
You're
yeah,
in
the
support
diocese
of it.
owns the property where St. Francis Xavier sits. The diocese owns that property in trust for the parish. And the diocese supports the application for rezoning without a plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next person is Sean Ackerson.
Okay.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. This project is situated between a number of very sensitive existing uses, and it's our opinion that it warrants greater consideration than a typical site. Regardless of any deed restrictions, the site warrants a planned development requirement and making the future use subject to approval of a plan. The statement was made that no plan is needed because the existing building, which is adaptable, because the existing building is adaptable to businesses allowed in the proposed zoning. That doesn't take into consideration that the potential for future redevelopment, the future potential for future renovation or expansion. Neither does it give any consideration to the changes in uses, site changes like storage, outside activities, or other changes that could have impacts on those abutting uses. In this case, those abutting uses, not just your typical neighborhood uses or other abutting commercial uses, but two of your premier universities in Kansas City, as well as the abutting church. And I think it should be noted too that many viable uses have resulted from planned development approval. We shouldn't talk about the planned development approval process as though it's burdensome. In addition to that, the community has offered to work with current and future owners to expedite approval of compatible uses under a planned zoning district, with some exceptions which were noted earlier, which we don't think would be suited to that site or compatible with the abutting properties. I'm not aware of many applications that have shared the level of opposition from the coordinated entities or sites where the wrong use could potentially have such a significant impact. I'll just end by saying we respectfully request that the application be denied as proposed, and instead the applicant be directed to submit an application for planned zoning, and if not, that the applicant be directed to work in earnest with the abutting property owners.
Okay, thank you.
Sharon Pendleton did have her hand raised. She's lowered it, but I'll promote her just in case that was an accident. Ms. Pendleton, you'll have to accept the promotion if you do want to speak. She's not accepting it.
Okay. Anybody else?
No. There was I think a second person that also had their hand raised, but they've both now they're raising their hands.
Okay.
Ann Sheridan.
Morning, Ms. Sheridan. As you take yourself off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ann Sheridan, and I represent St. Francis Xavier Parish at 1001 East 52nd Street. I just want to iterate and in support of Mr. Johnson from Polson Alley White. We too would enjoy or appreciate a beneficial use of the property. As Mr. Gaudier said, we believe that rezoning with the plan is preferable, and that is our preference. I echo Ms. Douglas's statement that we do request more time. Both Mr. Bradshaw and Mr. Spare talked about the use of the parish hall, and from where I sit, that's a primary point of consideration and concern for us. To put together a rezone without a plan gives us no insight into our access into that parish hall, which we've made long-term investments in. We use, it's a very important space to us. As I said last time in this, as we were gathered, we're very grateful to the building owners for the space that's been granted. We've tried very hard to be good stewards of that space. But again, it's crucial to us to understand what the future and what our accessibility will be getting into that building. And therefore, we request, or we would support rezoning with plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There's no one else with their hand raised.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony at this time. You might as well come back up and sit down. So obviously a lot of the comments were just the approval of the project without a plan. So just a question here, the building's going to stay as is, correct?
Correct.
And then another question I had was anything that is located in here, it's coming through the city for permitting for improvements to the interior side or anything like that, it's going through its notification system, the new notification system of a project now, or not? Well,
sorry, what do you mean by the new notification system?
Well, we had the issue down at the plaza, and then it brought in notification of projects that are being presented for permitting without needing to go through public testimony. Is that system, is it in place that this would fall under if something should be permitted here
Yeah,
or improvements made here for this?
Yeah, we do have a new system called Citizen Connect that all plans and permits, even ones that don't require a public process or public hearing, are available for viewing and subscribing to alerts on updates for those cases. The actual alert, you get the subscription system that's in place today, just alerts you to new applications that are filed. It doesn't alert you as to the status of those applications if they change from pending to approved. That is an upgrade that will roll out later this year.
But you would actually see if something was proposed in this particular location, a notice.
You can
would go out.
subscribe to alerts on this property, for example, to be alerted when a permit is filed on the property.
Filed or requested?
Requested, applied for.
Okay.
That's the alert that goes out.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
And just back to the applicant, there's no intent to demolish this building in any way.
Correct.
So in essence, some of the providing it without a plan, just so I understand, is because the building is going to remain. It's just tenants inside may be.
That's correct, Commissioner. Yes.
And I guess I don't know the full project itself. Is there already housing inside, or is existing now, or is there?
It's vacant now.
The whole thing is vacant now?
The entire thing is vacant now. Correct. Yeah. And right. And we've had the break-ins, so we've locked the facility to try to keep criminal activity outside of the facility.
And is the parish used in some way by the church or members of the church now, or is that, what's the future of that?
Not as of today. I would say that here would be the private property owner's comments on this. There's obviously a history there between the parish and the diocese. I don't want to speak to that. The property owner did not take this property subject to any leases or other restrictions. We did not take subject to a deed restriction. We don't have an agreement with the parish for usage of the hall. I believe there was usage of the hall allowed by the parish, or allowed by the property owner to the parish, allowed for some period of time, but there is no property right that the parish holds with regard to the property, and the owner is not beholden to one either by agreement or by deed restriction. And so again, private property owner, and we weren't involved in whatever the mediation being referenced or the disagreements, if you will, between the parish and the diocese. We can't speak to that, but we don't have any restriction with regard to the parish activity.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. Any other thoughts from the commission based on the public testimony?
Chair Corral, I have a couple questions that might be best suited for either you or staff. I'll go through three of them. One is one of the members of the public referenced the reuse of an official historic structure and how that zoning impacts potential uses in the future. So I'd be interested to hear what that really means, because I don't understand it well. Secondly would be what's allowed under group living. Again, someone from the public kind of insinuated that there were different uses allowed under group living, which I would like some clarity on. And then third would be if Sarah thinks that the declaration of use restriction is sufficient for what the commission has been talking about in terms of creating some restrictions. I'm not familiar with how deed restrictions work, and so I'd look to her to evaluate or determine whether that proposed declaration of use restriction is sufficient.
I can take the first two with regard to the reuse. What was being referenced is there is in our use tables a provision that allows people to reuse historic properties, whether they're local or national register, for repurposing them. The intent but in order to do that, you have to get a special use permit. So there is a public hearing process to do that. But the intent is, it doesn't specify what the particular use needs to be in those buildings. It allows someone to come forward with any use that suits that building, because the goal is to preserve the building to begin with and facilitate repurposing it. So that's what was being referenced, I believe, with regard to the reuse of historic properties. The group living question, we have two types of residential uses in our use table, and one is household living, which is defined as a family or group of people related by blood, marriage, or adoption, or up to 5 unrelated persons living together. That use is household living. Everything else that's a residential use is considered a group living use, and it's a huge array of potential uses. There are specific types of group living uses referenced in the code. And then there are types of group living arrangements that are not those specific types, which would just be the general group living use category. So it really depends upon the arrangement of the group living that's proposed as to whether a particular type of group living is allowed by zoning in a given zoning district. And then I believe the other question was directed to Sarah regarding the use restrictions.
I have not had an opportunity to review what was submitted in detail. So I think what I would ask is for the attorney to send it to me directly in a Word version. But I suspect it's going to take some back and forth. Just that's normally how these things work. If the commission wanted to move forward, though, there's a number of issues here, but I don't think that issue would prevent you from doing so. I mean, it's something that we could work on as the case moves forward through council. It would have to obviously be in final form before it was passed at council.
Got it. Thank you.
I suppose I've got a question with regards to what was the notice given to the public for the meeting? Was that under the right criteria? Because nobody showed up, but we've got a little bit of opposition today. So I'm a little bit confused on.
Are you referring to the meeting that you guys suggested they have between the last hearing and this one?
And then I think the applicant had a public hearing and nobody turned up.
Yeah, so they were required to do a neighborhood meeting under the public engagement ordinance before the first hearing. So that would have had to follow the ordinance. I think the subsequent or intervening meeting between last hearing and today's was worse. There's no ordinance requirements following that, but I'll ask the applicant to maybe answer that question directly, what they did to reach out.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you. There was the public engagement and notification process has been followed throughout the application by ordinance. So that has all occurred as required. With regard to after the September 6th meeting, it's been a discussion between Mr. Fauch and Mr. Gaudier, who spoke earlier, who was representing the neighborhood groups, and they were organizing together, trying to set a meeting as discussed earlier. So there's not an ordinance requirement, as you said, that we send out a public notice on a certain, radius, if you will. That's not the nature of what has occurred since the last meeting or what would have been required. It was engaging with the groups that have been interested and expressed interest in the deed restriction discussion in particular.
Right. And how much notice did the neighborhood community groups get for the meeting? Mr. Fauch turned up, but the neighborhoods didn't. I'm just trying to understand what the disconnect is here.
Yeah, I can't speak to it other than there was a comment made that meeting wasn't confirmed. That's not correct. Again, not to go kind of he said back and forth, but there was dates attempted to be scheduled. That was the time that had ultimately be scheduled late last week. The meeting was confirmed by Mr. Fauch. He arrived at the meeting and no one was there. So I can tell you, I've seen the email correspondence that there was efforts made to schedule a meeting. It did not occur, unfortunately. I would represent that we've made very extensive steps to comply with the direction from the CPC and the deadline set to provide the deed restriction by the 26th, which we did. I can't say much more than that other than there's abundant emails, and I wouldn't think that'd be something you'd want to review, but we're happy to provide whatever email traffic kind of demonstrate each sequential communication.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
So at this time, we'll go ahead and close testimony and speak amongst the commission. And just remember that we do have a quorum on this, which Allender, Crowell, Enders, and Rojas. So just the four of us. Anything to state? I can go ahead and state and just my comments on this. And I certainly sympathize for the neighborhood and the people around this particular project. But rezoning it with the deed restrictions as to what can and cannot be presented there, I think it's an acceptable compromise for this particular property. The other thing of note is properties to the north, south, and other locations to this are also zoned in the B category. I do also believe that there's some things in here that still allow opportunity if something is proposed in this particular site. There's notifications that go out with the notification system that's in place now with Citizen Connect, as well as if there's any additions to this facility, there'd also be a plan prepared at that time. And the other reason for me on the plan piece, that it's not, this is a building that's going to be existing, it's going to stay in place. There is no change in the actual plan at this time, where the previous case, it was a brand new building. And so to have the layout required a plan or needs a plan. But in any event, we take all cases separately, that each case has different requirements to it. So we want to make sure that we look at each case differently as well. So with that, I'm voting in favor of this particular rezoning.
Chair Corral, I'll add, I think that was a great explanation. And I think our goal collectively, speaking for all of us, was last time we heard this, there was concern about kind of a blank slate of opportunity for the applicant. And I think that that's what created fear and concern for the neighborhood. And so I believe it was our intent to try to better inform the public of what could happen. And what I hope people leave with today is understanding that this is not a blank slate for anything to happen at this location. If the building is expanded by a certain amount, if there are substantial renovations, et cetera, there is still a public process. And so because I feel as though we've limited it in an appropriate way that is an effort to react to the community's request, while still allowing what should be allowed legally, I think that we've kind of struck the appropriate balance. And so for those reasons, I'll also be supporting it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask Sarah, what's the backwards and back and forth that you referred to just to get the deed? Is it just so it's enforceable or?
Right. I mean, it's just, it's pretty standard, I think, when attorneys are reviewing documents that red lines are exchanged throughout the process. So that's all I meant by that. Yeah.
Okay, right. Thank you. I think we were looking for the restrictions on the property last time as well. So with what I've read through the deed restrictions, I think I'm in favor of moving this forward as long as we've got something that's enforceable from a deed restriction perspective on the uses. So I think Mr. Fouch has reached out. It's unfortunate that we just haven't had Mr. Fouch get to a resolution, but I think the deed restrictions certainly help clarify what sort of uses that the property can be used for.
Okay, anything, Mr. Rojas? Okay, I'll take a motion, please.
So can I ask a clarifying question just so we move forward properly and I know how to communicate with the applicant? Is it appropriate it's not appropriate for us to condition uses, but is it appropriate for them to condition that the deed restriction is finalized prior to ordinance requests?
Sure, that's fine. I mean, that would have to occur, but it's fine to include that as a condition.
Okay. You hear that, Mr. Enders?
Yes, I did. I can make the motion.
Okay.
Chair Corral, I move to approve docket item number 1. I don't have it in front of me. Are there already conditions on there? I'll add the extra.
There are no conditions.
Okay, so Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 1, adding that the condition that the applicant work with staff to finalize the declaration of use restriction prior to taking it to council.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 1 with the one added condition. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Yes, I was just writing that down. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion's been passed 4-0. Thank you for your time, everybody, and appreciate your efforts on this. All right, that brings us to docket item number 2, and Joe, I need to recuse myself from this one, and I'll grab the other commissioners to come back in.
Sorry, since we're in almost 11 now and we're just on docket item 2, I'm assuming we should go ahead and declare that we will
Yeah, my
have
fault.
lunch and
I
move into an afternoon session later.
absolutely. So I meant to state that before moving on. So it is before 11 o'clock. We will have an afternoon session, meaning we'll have a half an hour lunch break in here. But so my proposal here is we go ahead and continue with docket items 2 and 3. And then once 3 concludes, we take our lunch break for half an hour and then come back and hear the remaining docket items.
So if you're here for anything after docket item 4 or later, the earliest we'll start those cases would be 1 p.m. then.
Yeah, so I imagine we'll put in the chat as to what time we take our recess. So if you want to log in and see our meeting, I think you can from our chat. As to the time.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now we're ready for docket item number 2.
All right, Joe, will you read docket item number 2?
Okay, docket item 2.1, case number CPC 2022-00152. A request to approve the 27th and Cleveland PIEA General Development Plan and declare the area blighted and insanitary and in need of redevelopment and rehab pursuant to the Missouri PIEA law for property located on the south side of 27th between Monroe on the west and Cleveland on the east. Companion case docket item 2.2 is case number CPC 2022-00099. A request to approve an amendment to the heart of the city area plan to change the recommended land use from institutional to mixed use neighborhood. I'm sorry, to change the recommended land use from institutional to mixed use neighborhood and residential medium high density on the same piece of land. And docket item 2.3, case number CPC 2022-00073. A request to approve a rezoning from District B3-2 and R-2.5 to District UR and approve a preliminary development plan to allow the construction of a 49-unit senior housing complex at the same location. Anna Nanisky is the staff planner presenting this.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to let you know I'm on for this case.
Thank you.
Thank you, Najma. Sorry about that for the technical difficulties. As stated, we're going to be talking about docket items 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3. I'm going to go over the information regarding the development plan, the rezoning to UR, and the area plan amendment. And then another person, associated with the applicant is going to discuss the tax incentive plan. So to start off with the development plan, the rezoning, and the associated area plan. The property is located at 3711 East 27th Street, and it is currently zoned B3-2 and R2.5. And the applicant is seeking to rezone to UR with the associated development plan and associated area plan amendment to develop a senior housing complex on the site. So the site is located in the eastern portion of Kansas City. More specifically, it is located at the intersection of East 27th Street and Cleveland. Monroe Avenue also borders the property. There was an elementary school formerly on this property, but it has been demolished and the site currently sits vacant within a residential area bordering the commercial type of development on East 27th Street. This is a capture of the site from Google Street View. You can see that it is vacant and fenced. This is a site plan provided by the applicant of the proposed senior housing complex. So it fronts there is a portion of the building that fronts 27th Street and Cleveland with the main entrance and parking lot tucked behind the building. If you are standing on East 27th Street and looking south, this is the elevation that you would see. And then if you are standing on Cleveland looking west, this is the elevation. So the main entrance of the building is within the parking lot. So you have to be standing inside the parking lot and you are looking east. That is the view that you would see internally of the building, so not from the street. The review criteria associated with a development plan is located on the screen. There's a lot of text on the screen, but I'm only going to go through a few review criteria that helped us come to our determination of approval and approval with conditions for this particular project. So first being review criteria A, it's compliance with the zoning and development code and other policies and ordinances. We have done a review of the site plan. Those details are in the staff report, but I want to touch base on the area plan and what it says about this site. So this is the heart of the city area plan. And originally, the site was institutional and that is no longer applicable, but the property with the associated area plan amendment does promote mixed use development and additional housing on this property. So the appropriate area plan amendments and adding a unique type of residential use to the site is applicable. In a coordination with this is review criteria B, which again promotes the housing goals of this plan. And review criteria D. This was one of the items of concern that city staff had, where we want to promote lots of pedestrian connections for both residents and visitors onto this site. There is the one pedestrian connection from the north side of the site into the site. The site is going to be gated, key fobbed for residents, then wrapping around to that internal connection for the building. I'll go back to the site plan for your reference. We have had discussions with the developer and have come to an agreement that they're going to extend a residential connection to the west side of the building, and they are requesting a deviation for the pedestrian standards within the development code for those other facades.
Can you repeat the last comment about the facade? You said deviation for the
Yes,
facade.
so in the zoning and development code, there's requirements for pedestrian connections to connect to all street
Okay.
frontages. And right now, the only sidewalk that we are seeing is the one to the north for East 27th Street. It runs on the western portion of the building, as you can see, and then it connects over to the main entrance, which is adjacent to the parking garage. So city staff believes that they need a deviation from that zoning code requirement since there's not going to be a connection to the east side. However, they have agreed to add an additional connection to the west.
Okay. So there's a sidewalk on the east side, correct?
Correct.
And there's a sidewalk on the north,
Correct.
and then it's just not connecting all the way down on the
The
west.
building entrance connecting to the sidewalks. That is only occurring on the north side of the building and then to the west. The west isn't shown on here. They've
Okay.
agreed to add that later. But there is not a connection from the public sidewalk on the east to the building.
Is that because you were saying that's because of it's gated?
Correct.
Okay.
I have a question for you. If you live on the Monroe side, which would be, I guess, the west side of the street, are you saying that how are cars entering in? Are they entering in from the back of the building on?
So the vehicular connection is on Cleveland. That is the only vehicular connection. If you are a pedestrian, the only way you would be able to access the site is if you walk through the vehicular drive or the entrances off of Cleveland and the future one that is not shown on the site plan on the west. If on the, which is Monroe. If you are on Cleveland, you would have to walk north and then west to that site, to that entrance, and then wrap around the building,
Yeah.
walking past the parking lot into the main entrance. So it's possible. It's just
Not intuitive.
Yeah,
it-
not at all. Not at all. And I'm also wondering, because it is in the dead center of a neighborhood, there are houses on 27th Street. So my first thing is, how are, the trash trucks coming in? And how are people, what do they see? Do they see the facade? Are they seeing a parking lot? It's hard for me to understand with your
Yeah,
map.
I mean, so if you are on 27th Street, which is that north facing street, and you are looking at the building, so you're technically looking like you're now facing, your body is facing south. This is the facade.
Yes.
It is, you don't see a main entrance, you just see
Yes.
the windows associated with the units for the senior housing complex.
And there wouldn't be a turn in for vehicular unless you are driving down Monroe.
Cleveland.
The back of it is Monroe, so there's no entrance.
Right at the very bottom.
You see my cursor?
Yes.
So yeah, so this is
That's
27th Street.
Yes.
You're driving your car east-west.
Yes.
And to get your vehicle into the building, you then turn south onto Cleveland, and here's the vehicular drive. The pedestrian access to the public sidewalk, which will be key fobbed, is on East 27th Street, this northwest corner.
Yeah, I understand the way you have it here. What I'm saying is Monroe is a street.
Monroe, there is no vehicular access on Monroe, and depicted there is no pedestrian access. They have stated that they will add a pedestrian access later down the road.
Okay, so what's this to the, I guess, south, this street? What street is that? That's the park. What street is that?
Oh, this is the vehicular access to the building.
What street?
But so it does not connect to the street. 28th Street borders the whole block.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying now? It's like you have to go all the way down up, and then you would intuitively want to come up Monroe, but that's not the way you're getting in. Because there are houses right there.
Right. The southern boundary of the property does not have any access to it.
So on this screen, can you just take your cursor to say, how do Vehicular
comes
right here.
on East 27th Street on Cleveland over or up Cleveland from East 27th Street. This is an alley and you are not connecting vehicular traffic through this alley to the site. It is just off Cleveland. The only
So there's
vehicular
gonna
access
be
is off Cleveland.
Access created off of Cleveland. Because
Sorry.
there's going to be an access created off of Cleveland.
Correct.
There's not one there.
And Anna, why aren't they adding the pedestrian access now? Why later?
There was a comment added in our second round reviews to have an additional pedestrian access off of Monroe, and then plans were not revised afterwards.
So
But in the conditions report, they have stated that they will add a additional pedestrian connection off of Monroe to the west.
So will they add that between the hearing and when will they add that?
We can add that detail into the condition.
Okay.
Hi, Anna. This is Kim Jones. Is it all right if I try to clarify that connectivity to Monroe Avenue right now?
Not right now. We'll get to the applicant. We'll get to the applicant presentation, but thank you.
Thank you.
Ashley or Tyler, do you have, commissioners, do you have any questions for staff?
I guess maybe it's not for staff. I just was noticing there is a current drive to Monroe. So just wondering, since the grade is already accommodating it and there's already a curb cut, if the applicant maybe could expand on that. So maybe that's more a question for the applicant.
Okay.
No questions. Thank you, Chair Hill.
Thanks. I agree with you that especially if it's senior housing, having that added before than later, because not every senior might be driving. And so just from a mobility and access, having that condition added.
And real quick, to conclude my presentation, I want to add condition number 22, which is the deviation request from the pedestrian connections, and removing condition 11, which is from the Parks Department regarding a streetscape plan.
And those are all, you all are in agreement with those?
Kim?
Or are you guys, staff's in agreement with, okay.
All right, well, at this point, we'll welcome the applicant. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Certainly. Good morning, Commission. My name is David McCoubry. I'm the Executive Director with the PIEA, and we are the applicant. We are located at 300 Wyandotte Street in Kansas City, Missouri. We are in front of you this morning seeking to satisfy a statutory requirement for approval of the qualifications related to our blight statute for this site at the southwest corner of 27th and Cleveland in the 3rd Council District. The developer, Folsom Housing, represented by Naki Norwood, and their attorney, Robin Martinez, if you would please promote both of those individuals. That would be preferable. They are present to expound upon the prospective low-income housing project and answer questions about the project. With your blessing, Chair, I'm not sure who the acting chair is, but I'd like to introduce our consultant, Jim Potter, with Development Initiatives, and he will present the findings from his analysis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, Jim Potter, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I may share my screen. I have a brief PowerPoint, if you don't mind. All right, can you see that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. As Mr. McCoubry mentioned, first of all, Jim Potter, Development Initiatives, 4501 Fairmount Avenue, Kansas City. As David mentioned, this is a new proposed PIE planning area. It's generally located at the southwest corner. Now let's see here if I can get my southwest corner of 27th in Cleveland. This is the former Greenwood Elementary site. It's 2.4 acres. It's one parcel, and it's currently owned by the school district. My indications are that the proposed developer has this property under contract. As mentioned, it is the former Greenwood Elementary School site. This was part of the school district's repurposing process back in 2010, 2011. The indicated reuses for this site were community reuses or multifamily. So this follows in line with the school district's plan. The school district had previously demolished this site, as you can see on this image here. It is undeveloped. It's currently unsecured. There are some fencing around the site, but you can gain ready access. We are uncertain as to previous demolition activities. We don't know if there's footing, foundations, other building materials still buried on site. If so, that would increase redevelopment cost for the project. As I mentioned, it's currently vacant. Existing zoning is B32, R25. Proposed rezoning would be UR. Design guidelines are through the heart of the city area plan. Tax abatement benefits utilized through this plan are standard based on current city ordinances. However, the developer may seek greater abatement based on the corresponding MHDC schedule. This is a low-income housing tax credit project utilizing tax credits through the state. It should be noted that the area is within a continuously distressed census tract. The proposed project incorporates the redevelopment of the property, construction of 49 apartment units. These apartment units will be age restricted to senior households, and it will also be income restricted. Proposed project start date is fourth quarter of this year with a completion date of fourth quarter of 2024. It does contemplate numerous job creation, 58 construction projects and 3 full-time employees once it's completed. Estimated total project budget is $14.1 million. And I think you've seen all these. This is proposed sites, preliminary elevations. We did review this under the state statute, chapter 100. This is basically the definition revolves vacant parcels which are not used economically. This is effectively a 2-part test. You have to find one of these first 5 factors, and those would lead to the second part, which you have causation 1 or causation 2. We did note the initial factor was present, and those led to the second and third, or the first and second causes. Just some preliminary summary of that. Overall, the planning area access is good. Currently provides $0 annually to the local taxing jurisdictions. Keep in mind, it is owned by the school district. I do note here a comment about demolition activities. There is some deterioration on site. You know, it's vacant, but the retaining walls are deteriorating. There's a significant amount of graffiti, which is an indication of illegal trespassing on the site. And some images of current existing conditions. And so this would trigger our second part, and this basically is an economic discussion. As I mentioned, the total project budget's $14.1 million. The increase in property tax revenue would go from $0 to $610,000 roughly over the course of this plan. There are numerous crime incidents surrounding the area. However, there's nothing really on site, but judging from the site conditions, there's obviously some illegal trespassing going on. And the second cause mimics the first cause, so I won't go through that. In summary, we did note the initial factor present, and those that triggered the second cause, the cause 1 and cause 2. And in summary, it is our opinion that the site does exhibit conditions which would qualify under section 100. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I guess this is maybe for the developer. Are you guys gonna be doing some brownfield work due to the demolition and potentially lead in the ground?
Excuse me, Nakai Norwood, representative of the development. So our plans for the demolition work to find out if there is anything underneath, we plan to do a excavation work and then also just some soils and testing just to make sure that there isn't anything that would hinder us from being able to develop the senior housing there, and then also create any additional costs for us that we aren't currently planning for.
Okay, thank you.
I have a few questions. The first is just getting clarity on who owns the site.
We as the developer on the site currently,
And you're with,
Missouri Housing Partners.
can you talk to, can you speak to what is the age restriction when people say senior? Is that 65? Is it 59? Is it
55 plus.
55 plus? The second question I have for you, if you are a grandparent who is raising a school-age kid, I noticed that some of the units are 2 bedrooms. Is that permissible, or do both occupants have to be 55 or over?
That is a good question. I know that it happens often, and I believe I'll have to go back and check the code specifically. But I believe that both occupants need to be age restricted.
As you do that, I would encourage you to look, because it seems like when there's redevelopment, east of Troost, particularly KCPS old buildings, they are senior housing. And I believe at some point there was a talk of with this particular property of mixed income. So I'm sure there are calculations and reasons why you all are moving toward this direction. But it seems that at one point in time, there was like an oversaturation that every building that was redeveloped east of Troost was senior housing.
See.
So just wanting to know, have you guys kind of had a market analysis on, will you be able to rent these units?
Yeah, we have, and actually within our approval of MHDC for our LIHTC funding on this project, we have to do an in-depth market study to make sure that these units are available and amenable to the market itself. And they have recommended that the units that we are presenting are fit within the market. We have also done about 4 to 5 community engagements within the community to make sure that they are amenable to the new development to come. And also we have done some canvassing to make sure that we have letters of support and things of that nature. Several talks back and forth with the school district to make sure that they are amenable as well, which they had previous site control. So there has been a lot. And also just to add one more thing, we do have 10% mixed income use at this development. So market.
Are there any questions for the applicant or for PIEA? And now we'll open it up for public testimony. Is there anyone online or anyone here? Okay. Well, we welcome you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Tiffany Moore. I live at 222 West 75th Street. I am not terribly familiar with this project. That's not the primary reason I'm here today, but I do have a couple of questions that I don't think were covered. I'm curious about the area in the southwest portion of this site that's just labeled as Lot 2. Has the use of that space been discussed? Is it a part of this property, or is it identified as a separate lot for future parceling? And then secondly, is the plan that includes the planting schedule, is that inclusive of the deviations granted by the Parks Department? Or was this conceptual and the ultimate planting plan be less significant in terms of trees or other planting areas? And then my third question is just to reiterate the need to continue to include pedestrian connections to the community on all sides. If this is a facility that anticipates not only protecting the site from ongoing illegal activities, but also protecting the residents. If there was something like a memory care center, it doesn't sound like there is, but I can understand wanting to restrict that kind of pedestrian connection. But if we're serving a lower economic population that may not necessarily have cars, particularly as they age, this certainly does restrict walkability to basic needs, shopping, groceries, getting a cab for those kind of services. So those are just 3 observations I had.
Would I like to respond to those questions?
Yes, I will take the first question, and then I also believe Kim Jones with our engineering team can speak to some of the others. First, in correlation to the second lot that you see on the site plan, there was conversation between us and South Aragon Star Neighborhood Association, who was involved with the pre-development of this project, about bestowing this lot to them. We have since gone back and forth, and they have agreed and would prefer to take the cash option for that lot, which is in correlation to the school district's valuation of that specific parcel. So at this time, we have not specifically decided what we are to do next with that. However, we have gone into an executed agreement with South Aragon Star Neighborhood Association, and they will be getting the benefit of the cash offer there. Kim Jones, in correlation to planting and also access, it is my understanding that we have gone back and forth and discussed access as far as a walkway to the east on Monroe, and then also next to the drive on Cleveland. Is there anything else that you would like to speak to? I think also specifically as to why we did not go forward with the drive on Monroe as in correlation to Cleveland.
Sure. This is Kim Jones. I'm with McClure Engineering. We're at 1700 Swift Street. So this site has retaining walls that go down the majority of the length of the Monroe Avenue side and the Cleveland Avenue side. And that has made some of the grading a little tricky. There are also the multiple retaining walls that have the graffiti internal to the site as well. And because those are in worse condition, and we are removing those internal retaining walls, that is why we were unable to make our main drive connection off of Monroe. There was just too steep of grade change elevation, and trying to maintain ADA access, and just to have a nice, relatively level parking lot, especially considering the senior community that would be living there. And yes, I wanted to clarify, I do not believe that the developers have agreed to do a pedestrian connection to the west Monroe Avenue, because it would be pretty close to the northern connectivity point on East 27th Street. I believe that may be confused with on the west portion of the building. There was talk of maybe having a key fob entrance, so that way residents that are walking in off, maybe coming off the bus station on 27th Street, entering through that gate, could have a quicker entrance into the building versus the further walk kind of internal to the building and entering in there. And to address the other question that kind of touched on the landscaping, the landscape plan that was shown earlier is not just conceptual. It is something that meets the street tree requirements for the site, and that the Parks and Rec has reviewed and deemed fine. The condition 11 that was being removed kind of pertains to us not placing our street trees within the right of way, but rather outside of it within the 10-foot allowance. And we are providing a 15-foot landscape maintenance easement as well. I'm trying to remember if there was another question that I have not touched on, but yeah.
So can I get clarification on the pedestrian connection? You can or can't do it?
We are unable to provide an ADA connection off of Monroe or Cleveland just because we are maintaining those, the historic retaining walls that stretch along down the site. But we are providing the one on the northwest corner that is off of East 27th Street. And we thought that would be a good location because it is relatively close to the bus stop that is on East 27th Street. It wouldn't be too far of a walk.
So I believe I misspoke. Condition number 2, which talks about the access point for tenants. The door is to the building, not to the gate.
Right, yes. Yeah, there are a few stairs that come off of Monroe and Cleveland. It looks like there might be, oh, is it 2 or 3 off of Cleveland and 1 off Monroe, but those are stairs, and a few feet off those stairs, we're going to have the fence that's kind of enclosing the development. So it wouldn't be viable to provide ADA access from those points.
Did we sufficiently answer the questions?
Yeah, I guess I speak for the commission here briefly, is we just want to make sure that there's enough access points. I mean, I think when you have fencing, which is fine, I think one of the issues is you end up with having people walk around, and it just having a few access points for residents and I guess visitors too, I think is really critical, especially being on such a prominent street with 27th Street. And so I guess I trust staff to kind of work it out, but I think reemphasizing that pedestrian access, especially with fencing, is going to be critical. So
Is there an opening of the gate? I mean, you can use a key fob to get in the gate to get to the entry?
Just on the north side of the property.
Just on the north side. That's gonna be tricky. Tricky.
If I could just clarify my question, that you answered my questions from a neighborhood perspective. This building doesn't integrate well, right? So the only entrance to the building is on the parking lot side. So the building itself doesn't speak to the community. And there's the fencing, which I understand has good purpose, but without multiple points to enter and engage, you're really setting the site out of the neighborhood. It really is about getting in your car and leaving, getting on the bus and leaving. And that's not what that educational site would have originally felt like in the community. Thank you.
Are there any other comments, public testimony?
This is Robin Martinez. I'm with Martinez, Tobin and Redmond, counsel for the developer. Just to address a couple of questions that I think that were raised earlier about the nature of senior housing. Under law, there is an exception to the fair housing rules. The developers and property owners can restrict properties to seniors 55 or older. However, just to allow some flexibility, we do have what's called the Housing for Older Persons Act of 1995, which builds in what is called this 80-20 rule in terms of active adult communities. What they didn't want was a situation where you had, let's say, somebody that was 55 or older that qualified, might have had a spouse that was under the 55 years old. And then let's say the older spouse passes away. You don't want to suddenly then evict someone who is under that 55 rule, or under that 55 age. So the law puts in that 80-20% rule to provide some amount of flexibility. And essentially the rule is that 80% of the occupied units of an age-restricted community have to include at least one resident that's 55 or older. And then the community has to show an intent to provide housing for those that are 55 and up. And you've got that remaining 20% then that could be occupied by non-seniors, people that are under 55, but that is purely there to provide some flexibility to make sure that there are no unjust results coming from those age restrictions. So hopefully that answers the question. The other thing I'd like to emphasize, having listened to the docket that you've had, earlier, there was some discussion about affordable housing. I don't know if this has been in the materials, but one of the things that has been indicated, and worked through with the Missouri Housing Development Commission are specific rent restrictions on the units themselves. And of the total 49 units, we've got 17 that are going to be 1-bedroom units. All of those are restricted in terms of being affordable units. There are 32 2-bedroom units. Of those 32, 27 of them are designated as affordable, with 5 at what are going to be deemed market rate. Now, just to give you some context for what that is, the affordable units for 1-bedrooms, those rent for approximately $635 a month. And then your 2-bedrooms, the affordable level is $740 a month, and the market rate is like $851. So that, at least from our perspective, shows that there's clearly demand for affordable housing, and this project is one that I think will kind of clearly meet the city's objectives in terms of providing more affordable housing for members of the community, particularly seniors in the community who want to age in place and age in their communities.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? All right, well, we will close public comment and open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. I have a few comments, but I can wait to see if anyone else before we call for the vote.
I'm in favor of the project and the PIEA plan. I think I would like to explore looking at a pedestrian access on Cleveland. I know they're historic stairs, but it feels like you can maintain the historic stairs and not be ADA, I'm guessing. And the ADA access could be on the parking lot side and on the north side. So not an ideal situation, but feels like it's worth exploring. And I think I would prefer adding that or making sure that that's called out, but otherwise I'm for the plan.
No, I support those comments.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I support the project. I do really feel like it would be nice to have an entrance either on Cleveland or 27th. But it's not a deal breaker for me.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, I have a couple of comments. First, I just want to just commend the developer. This building was closed in 1997. I graduated from high school in 1997. So it closed and stayed vacant in that community for 22 years before the school district demolished it. So, it had to go on into quite a bit of disrepair before a school district demolishes a building, right? And that's 22 years that neighbors had to walk out of their house and see this building, and no one thought about coming to develop it. Then after 2019, when it was demolished, it sat for another 3 years until 2022, I think July or June, when you guys bought it. So the first thing I want to say is I appreciate the willingness to look at this site and see it as an asset and not a liability. Particularly when we think of affordable housing, certainly I sit here with many other commissioners, and to be honest, it just stands the hairs up on the back of my neck when I hear things like, oh no, it's not going to be this like affordable, like there's this connotation that affordable housing are like underclass and that they don't deserve to live in vibrant and thriving communities or communities that have been systemically and intentionally divested in don't deserve an opportunity for vibrancy back. So I do appreciate the call outs of the rent, because I think that not only do seniors want to age in place, but folks are graduating with a great deal of debt and have jobs, and these are rents that wouldn't take up a lot of their income. I would encourage you to think about, maybe not for this project, but projects going forward, about how can you incorporate grandparents that have kids. I think that that's a growing population, and certainly one that is looking for an affordable option. And in this city, they're running out of spaces to go and rent for an affordable option if you have a school-age child. I think this is a good project to add some vibrancy back into a community that, in a neighborhood that has been waiting for such a long time. I echo the comments and the concerns about the accessibility. I think that oftentimes we think in communities that have seen crime that we have to fence it and block it off, but there's a neighborhood and a community of folks that do want to have access and walkability. So I would just challenge this thinking about, it has to be gated so much so that you can't even have walkability and connectivity to major streets. I'm in support of the plan. I'm in support of the 2.1, the declaration of blight. So can I take all these together? Can I ask for a motion for 2.1, 2, and 3?
So a question on remove 11 or
Yeah,
Remove 11 and add 22.
so I guess how would we work? I mean, I think it's the goal of the commission to add in a access on Cleveland. So would we just add that in addition to 22 or part of 22, or we would just add a different condition?
Add an additional condition, please.
So, okay, so we'll remove 22. Move 22, add 11.
Add, oh, okay,
Okay,
we're removing 11.
okay.
Me too.
And then add a condition to add access point on Cleveland.
That's what you wish.
Okay. I move to approve 2.1 without conditions, 2.2 without conditions, 2.3 with conditions, removing condition 11, adding condition 22, and adding a condition to add a entrance on Cleveland.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Lisa, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Congratulations, your project has been approved. Thank
Many
you.
thanks.
Thank you so much for your comments
Thank
and having
you.
us.
Thank you.
Nope. Yeah. Got one more case here before we take our lunch break. So we could go to docket item number 3, please, Joe. All
Chair
right.
Crowe.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm gonna need to step away. I'll be back at 1:30.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
I need to step away, so I'll be back at 1:30.
Okay. Thank you.
Docket item 3 is case number CPC 2021-00214. Amending chapter 88, the zoning and development code as it pertains to 88-535 minor subdivisions at 88-110-06 residential districts lot and building standards. And any other necessary related amendments for infill residential development text amendments. Najma Muhammad is the staff planner.
Good morning again, everyone. I will go through this presentation, understanding that you all were all present for the first 2 presentations. If I'm moving too fast through something or anything like that, don't hesitate to stop me. We'll see if we can get it done before 12. So we've been discussing infill residential development since about November of last year. Prior to that, internally and externally. We presented it to the public in November 17th of last year on our city's webpage. And so a lot of the discussion prior to this presentation today has been about why we saw it necessary for infill to exist, why we need to amend the code to allow for it. And a big part of what was missing is what the Board of Zoning Adjustment sees. My colleague Jared Clements created the Board of Zoning Adjustment Annual Report for 2021. And I wanted to highlight some of the main points that directly, in our opinion, correlate with the need for infill residential standards. The first is the type of applications that we see. A majority, 26% of our application types are for the setbacks to principal buildings. Oftentimes, these are to principal structures that are already existing and is sitting inside of a required setback. So they can't build on their home, they can't improve their home without getting a variance to allow for their home to exist, essentially. And then there are other standards in terms of accessory structure standards that sometimes go into that same category of needing to get variances for the setbacks that they were built prior to zoning, or down zoning, rezoning shifted the requirements for lot and building standards. Another portion of that is the buildability. So the lot area or width. The Board of Zoning Adjustments made a determination, and as well, City Plan Commission made a determination, and we've talked about it before, about lot area being the only requirement for a detached home to be built. A decision made previously conflicts with that being decided on or being the only limiting factor moving forward. And lot width is another part that we often see as an issue, because if it is less than 30 feet, then it's deemed non-conforming and conflicts with the non-conforming lot section of our code. So there are various areas within the zoning and development code, various areas within the variance application types that we receive that could reduce the number of case types that we see, as well as benefit from some clarity overall in terms of lot and building standards in the zoning and development code. So another statistic is that the percentages of variances we see for single family homes takes up 70% of our variance requests on a docket to docket basis. Most of what we're receiving variances for is to single family, or what we now refer to in the code as detached homes. And a percentage of the variance applicants are citizen bodies. No, this does not include a breakdown of who the citizens represent deep down, but just based on the data pulled, a citizen that has not associated themselves with an LLC company or other developing entity is the highest number of applicants that we get for variance applications. So the proposed process is a little more straightforward than just going to the Board of Zoning Adjustments to get variances to allow for your house to exist. We're hoping that in a lot of cases where the standards are met for an infill lot, which I'll go over again. So if your lot is considered to be infill and your house formally didn't meet the lot and building standards, that these more contextual, based on the block face that you're on, standards will alleviate the need for variances moving forward. We do not think this is going to be an end all be all. There will be instances where the infill lot and building standards may not apply, or may require still that you get variances, but we anticipate that the variances needed for many of the lots, particularly in the inter-center core portion of Kansas City, Missouri, will be impacted by these standard changes. Have any questions just based on some of those Board of Zoning Adjustment stats? Okay. I'll keep moving. So a lot of the feedback we got when this was first introduced to City Plan Commission is that there was not enough public engagement and ability or opportunities for the public to engage. I have made myself available since November 17th, 2021 to talk about infill development to anybody who has questions on the street, over the phone, through email, as well as other efforts that were more formal that I'll go through now. So the first public engagement meeting we hosted was March 24th. This was a online Zoom meeting. We titled it a town hall. 130 people registered and 77 people attended. We then, after hosting that meeting, put out a survey to individuals who attended the first meeting to see when would be a good time for them to meet based on the different organizations they reported to represent. We didn't limit our engagement to just those individuals. We also reached out to the people that we had on file for registered neighborhood organizations and homes associations that were concentrated in some of our most impacted groups. There was a comment a little bit ago about who were some of those individuals we reached out to. I personally reached out to anyone who we had their information based on the survey from the initial town hall. People gave us their name, contact information, what neighborhood organization they were there to represent. And I moved with that, as well as the information we have on file through neighborhoods that registered neighborhood organizations have the responsibility of reporting their active activity to, as well as the current president, secretary, or whoever they have on board at the time, to city staff. Again, we hosted these separate meetings that were also virtual, but accessible to, or particularly reaching out to certain neighborhoods at a time, grouped together. And this is something I've presented before, so I'm just kind of skipping through it. Then we participated in in-person meetings for Southern Communities Coalition, as well as Center Planning and Development Council. While they won't have as many impacted lots as some of the other areas, because they had a lot of questions and activity, we went to them directly. Lastly, we were requested by a group of individuals who assisted us in some of our final draftings of the Infill residential standards to host another opportunity for the public to be involved after having went through various revisions, and we provided that. The first one was only virtual. We had about 2 people outside of those individuals who assisted with the draft show up. The second was in person, and we had maybe, again, 2 people outside of those who participated and assisted us with the drafts show up virtually and in person. So public engagement efforts overall, as I mentioned, we created the Chapter 88 webpage, not just for Infill standards, but for any other special purpose and periodic text amendments moving forward. The revisions were posted as they were finalized. So we had other drafts prior to determining we would have a drafting group. The published Infill development webpage was done on May 16th. This included graphics that were requested by residents and city staff. It included the option to have translatable text for those graphics. All city web pages, for clarification, are translatable.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. City web pages are translatable through the formatting on the top of the screen, just for like public service announcement. So anything that is on the case, on the—
Oops, I was unmuted.
That's all right. Anything that's on the webpage can be translated. If it's in a picture, then oftentimes there is alternative text. Again, just a PSA. Outside of those meetings that I had mentioned before that were open to the public, I had one-on-one meetings with representatives from Blue Hills, Hyde Park, Martin City, and West Side. This was in the form of either a Teams call or a direct phone call on my personal work phone. So again, several phone calls, emails, and communications throughout the entirety of this application process that's been almost a year now. We also had in-person presentations most recently to Midtown KC Now and the Incremental Developers Alliance. Again, at every point in this presentation, we've been open to suggestions and comments and feedback from the public. And one of the biggest ways we've done that is pulling together a revisions work group with a group of individuals who provided some of that more constructive criticism and feedback on exactly which standards they felt should change and why. And so we sat down with them and went line item by line item to come to some form of consensus. I am not here to say that we all agree on the final project, but we wanted to work with them to come to a consensus about each standard the best that we could before bringing it before you all today. And so we met with them once in June. We circled back around and finished some more revisions August 10th. And at that meeting determined we needed one more just to come to a conclusion or a space to where we were all didn't hate it, is I think the exact language that was used. So again, not sure why this is happening, but that's okay. It's just a special thank you to some of the individuals who assisted us throughout this process, particularly those who involved in the info revisions work group. For clarification, some of the exact organizations that these individuals were representing were misstated in the staff report. For that, I apologize. However, they should be properly stated here on the slide of what you can hopefully read. Do we have any questions about public engagement? Keep rolling through. So as I mentioned before, info residential development standards require that we name what info residential development is, as it's not currently defined in our code. It is any residential development, whether existing, new construction, or modification to an existing residential structure on an infill residential lot. What is an infill residential lot? It is any lot zoned residentially and meeting one or more of the following criteria. So you can be described by deed or plat recorded prior to January 1st, 1954, or annexed into the corporate limits of Kansas City prior to January 1st, 1954. So even if you weren't annexed until after, if you have proof that you were described by deed or plat prior to January 1st, 1954, then these infill residential standards would apply to you. So along with the info residential standards definitions, we also have some other areas of the info residential standards that we're proposing that will be new to the zoning and development code. This includes our info residential context area, which is any lot lying in whole or in part within 200 feet of the subject property and located in the same block face. I'm not sure why this says that, but it should just say same block face of the subject property. This has changed multiple times, so my apologies for that error, but it is just the same block face. Impervious cover, the total amount of the lot's impervious surface, and I'll get more in the details of what is being classified as impervious surface based on what city staff can monitor and enforce later in the presentation. Another addition is the non-conforming lot, adding this to the non-conforming lot definition that we have so that there is no conflict between what is non-conforming and what is infill. So we are leaving the definition as it stands today. In addition, the final sentence of infill lots by definition are not to be considered non-conforming and are regulated by the standards outlined in the proposed infill residential development standards section of the zoning and development code. And so I'll briefly run through this information since you'll have most of it. But as discussed before, there's approximately 23,000 or more non-conforming residential lots within Kansas City, Missouri, and about 16,000 of them can be defined as an infill lot. An increase in variance requests and homes made illegal by either zoning, rezoning, downzoning, all of these things have increase the number of non-conforming lots or non-conformities on lots, and it creates an unequal burden on areas with low market values and areas that have been historically divested in the past. And so we're wanting to create lot and building standards that allows for these lots that are buildable to be built upon that are currently not buildable simply because of some of our conventional lot and building standards. We currently have 3 types of lot and building standards: conventional, open space, and conservation. We typically only see the first come through our office. We have maybe 2 or 3 cases of open space and conservation, but none on the ground that we can show you directly of what it looks like applied. This 4th lot and building standard that we're considering is infill development. It will, since we have talked before, we have wanted it to be its own section to remedy any confusion that may come with it, rather than adding it to our lot and building standards in the 110.06 table of the zoning and development code. And so in order to remedy some of those issues, we're creating this new set of standards. And our lot and building standards consist of our setbacks, lot width, area. And so I'll go through how we've addressed each standard under these standards briefly without getting into the weeds too much. For our front setback, we've determined all of these are contextually based. And so before we talked about that infill residential context area, it should be considered as 200 feet in either direction of the subject site on the same block face. And so, for instance, in these graphics, you have the subject property, which is highlighted here. And so in any direction of 200 feet, this is what you're basing your context on. And in this instance, the front setback can be no closer to or further from the front building line than that of other residences in the context area. And so that will apply for if all of the setbacks are relatively the same, if there's a wide variation or if there's a small variation, the front setback standards still apply. And yep.
Kendra, quick question. So I think we talked about this in the previous. What if there's an empty block of no houses? Does it flip to kind of encompass 5 or 10 houses, or is it just kind of a blank slate, I guess?
So in the other standards, we've listed that any block that essentially has no context area, the context for that block is based on the conventional standards reduced by 75%. So instead, or excuse me, 25%. So 75% of the conventional standards. So for instance, for a side setback, we have conventional standards that state that the side setback is to be 10% of the lot width or a max required of 8 feet. In the instance where there is no context area, then it will be 7.5% of the lot width.
Okay. So you're basically right sizing what is now suburban zoning for urban core.
So to speak.
Yeah. Simplistic version of it. Yeah.
So another thing that was brought to my attention, which I found to be really funny because I've looked at this like a million times, is that this is not to scale. So ignore that part, but do focus on the standard itself. So for this particular standard, the side setback it shall be 10% of the lot width or a maximum required of 5 feet. So currently the maximum required is 8 feet in our conventional standards. We've reduced that by 3%. And we've also kept the 10% lot width requirement. The difference, however, in controlling for bulk is a big conversation we've talked about in terms of floor area ratio. We did not have the resources. We do not have the resources to properly measure and account for that for new buildings or determine that of the existing structures that we have today. And so we could not use that as a form of or a way to control for the contextual nature. And so we've introduced the idea of building width, which is to say that the building width shall not exceed that of the width of the 2 nearest structures on either side of the property within the infill residential context area. So if this lot were to be vacant, this home here that's supposedly 17 feet wide, then the next or the nearest structure, potentially if it's within 200 feet, would be this one here. And that's the context of for your building width, essentially. Rear setback, we've kept the same as conventional standards. So the rear setback shall be 25% of the lot depth or a maximum required 30 feet. Street side yard setback, we've reduced a little bit from what is currently in the code. The conventional standards state that a street side setback shall be 15 feet or that's it. It's a solid 15 feet. And we are suggesting that the street side yard setback shall be 10 feet or 20% of the lot width, whichever is less. Now we've implemented something else into the code to try to, again, stick with that contextual nature of development. And so on corner lots, we're suggesting something similar to what we have on the front lot or for the front setback, and that a building can be built no closer than or further from the street than those in the context area. And for the purposes of a corner lot, this would be going in either direction on the same, again, block face as the home itself. So this is a corner lot. We're going this way and we're going this way. You have any questions there? That was a lot of information. So And some things, I guess, also is better with pictures. So if I need to go back at all, just let me know.
And I guess my one quick question is, are you guys going to be evaluating the context essentially? So if someone comes to your, they have a lot, you guys are going to essentially evaluate the houses or structures in 200 feet, right? And then come back and say, these are kind of the standards set for you. And then you should actually hire a good designer to do what you need to do. Is that correct?
I mean, I maybe not say that last part, but
Yeah, okay.
essentially, yes.
And then I think the last question, if people, I think one of the kind of controversial cases we had a while ago was someone wanted to do historical plats. And so replatting or reestablishing historic plats and stuff would still come through here. Is that correct?
Well, that leads us into the next portion of our
Okay,
presentation.
sounds good.
Now, hold on to that question. Okay, I was just kidding, not quite. Almost the next portion. This is about height. It's a little bit lengthier to understand, but then after height, we will get to that question. So don't get confused. This has nothing to do with plats. Height. So the height, again, we're talking about bulk and being able to measure bulk or enforce bulk in a sense to account for the contextual nature of new development or additions to existing development. And so in tandem with building width, we've introduced a method of controlling for height outside of the standard conventional heights that are listed in our conventional zoning and development code for residential structures. So in this instance, and at the end of the presentation, I'll briefly go over some of the edits we'll do between now and council that are more like grammar edits, just for clarity of understanding the standards. So residential buildings with a roof pitch exceeding or is less steep than 512 shall not exceed the height and stories of the greater of the two nearest residential buildings of the same building type on the same block face. So essentially, if you have a flat roof or a roof that is flatter than the 512 ratio, then you are you're limited to the height of the greater of the two nearest residential structures. And so in this example, we have a home that is 2.5 stories about, and then 2 stories. And so you'd be limited to 2.5 stories for your property if you have a flat roof or a roof flatter than 512. On the opposite end of that, if you have a roof that is steeper than 512, so more of a slope, then you are able to have the higher of the 2 plus 6 feet. So the maximum height for the structures of a roof pitch less than 512, not to exceed the greater of the 2 abutting buildings plus an additional 6 feet because of the steepness of your roof. This has a lot to do with just ceiling heights, usability of the space. And there's only so much we can do in a coded fashion for lot and building standards that isn't getting too much into design standards for this particular type of lot and building standard. So this is the best way we've come to height at this time. And so for this provision, 12 shall be assumed as 1 story. So a 2-story building is presumed to be 24 feet in height for the purposes of the height standard.
So, but in theory, right, at the highest amount, you wouldn't exceed the highest context on the 200 feet, correct?
Are you saying?
So if you have this, which extends to 36 feet, right, for 2.5 stories, that's still not going to be taller than any contextual house in the 200 feet.
The ordinance is applying a 12-foot height for each level of the building.
Okay.
Whether that's actually correct for each of the 2 buildings on either side, it just assumes it's 12 feet. And so to a person who's viewing So this context zone, let me back up, is just the two houses on either side.
Yeah.
Everything else, it's the 200 foot, but for the height, it's just the two houses. So if you're standing on the street and you're looking at the two houses with the undeveloped lot in between, if the two houses appear to be what is shown here, like 2-story or 2 and 3-story on the right and 2-story on the left, then you would apply 12 feet to each story and average that out to get the maximum height allowed for the middle.
Okay, so setbacks are based on 200 feet and then the height is based on the houses adjacent. And so the goal of that is to prevent someone building a 36-foot home next to a 1-story home. And okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Let's keep going.
And what would happen if they wanted to build a 30-foot?
You'd have to come talk to BZA, right?
Yeah, they need a variance.
They need the variance.
Yep.
How easy would it be to get the variance?
Well, in theory, it's supposed to be hard to get a variance, but right now, I mean, the situation is that people need to get a variance to build something that's contextually appropriate, if the code doesn't allow it. And what this does is kind of flips it and says the code will allow it if it's contextually appropriate. So if this ordinance passes as drafted, the impact would be if you're trying to do something that's not contextually appropriate, you would need a variance.
Could find another lot.
Sorry?
You could find another lot that would be more appropriate to you.
Yeah, I'm
build.
just concerned we're just going to have very uniform housing and there's no character that neighborhood.
Oh, related to that though, and related to that, I think these are setting maximums, right? Essentially.
Yeah, so it's there, I feel like we've tried to strike a balance between allowing for new development that's not, so we're not touching design. So however you want the outside of your house to look, that's one thing, but trying to make the size and placement of your home contextual to those around you. So trying to find that balance where you're not doing development that completely takes away from the existing character of the neighborhood, but also not stifling people's ability to be creative and create a new character in a neighborhood if that's what they want to do, which is admittedly difficult. So
I'm just looking at something like West Plaza that basically, if you stay with that, you would be essentially building soldier settler housing all the way through, because you'd be non-compliant on some of these ordinances, where you've actually now got, some people who have actually built 2 or 3 levels on the house so they could actually look over something in the plaza. But with this ordinance, I don't know whether that would be continued allowed. That's what that's what I'm struggling with.
This doesn't assume or mandate that people have to do a pitched roof. It's just giving people the ability to do either a flat or a pitched roof. And the flat roof, if you're just regulated upon a flat building height number, then someone could essentially build a 3-story house with a flat roof, but only a 2-story house with a pitched roof. And we wanted to take away the advantage of the regulations tend to favor the flat roof unintentionally because it allows people to maximize it. And we wanted to take away that advantage and allow people to do either option. But it's just, if you're doing a pitched roof, it's you're not consuming all that volume where above the pitch. I think if you're concerned about allowing one thing that you could do to promote a little bit more flexibility with regard to height is consider more than one house on each side. You could expand the context area, but it was determined through the stakeholder group that we were working with that it got too complicated once you did that, and that the desire was to limit it to the 2 on either side.
Yeah, my argument on West Plaza is actually having the variation is actually help the neighbor character, so forth. So I'm just really concerned that we're just going to get uniform housing with this infill ordinance right now. That's
Commissioner Allender, this, I think it's also worth noting that this is just for the infill residential development. And so I don't know how many lots in West Plaza would qualify as, the infill residential development. But I tend to think that it won't result in the fear that you're describing.
But, well, there's one just next to me, which would be, I would describe as infill development. It was an old house knocked down, new house put on. It's infill development.
Well, by what we're looking at is defined, the infill development is defined by certain, lot standards.
Najma, did you have anything else to add to the height issue? Because we can always come back to that. I wanted you
No,
to be able
that's
to
fine.
finish.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna move forward now to some of our other standards. Give me 1 second to see if I can this on the screen. Okay, so another set of our standards is infill vehicular use standards, which again, we're trying to encourage some level of contextual. What is the word I'm looking? Contextual nature, contextualness. You can add that to the dictionary later, so that it is consistent with the existing character of the neighborhood. So a part of that is including alleys or improved alleys, driveways, garages, et cetera, and saying essentially if 50% of the homes in the infill residential context area have a driveway from the street, you can have a driveway from the street. If they don't, you cannot have a driveway from the street unless you get a variance. And if there's an improved alley present, then a driveway from the street is not permitted. However, you can have one that comes from the improved alley to the rear of your home where it is appropriate. And so in that same vein as well, garages are permitted if at least 50% of the homes in the infill residential context area have them. So some of the conversation around this, there's again, trying to find a balance and understanding that this will not satisfy the needs of every single resident or every single lot in the city. However, a lot of people had issues with there being garages in areas where garages formerly haven't been. And again, other people had issues with there not being allowed to have garages. And so it is up to the commission and council to have a final determination on that. However, what we've settled on again is that context of if garages are present, you can have one. If they are attached garages are present, you can have one attached to your home under the circumstances that it does not occupy more than 40% of the ground level facade of the building. And then the same goes for double wide garages and things like that. It is not to occupy more than 40% of the ground level facade of the residential building. Other questions came in about what is ground level facade and what does that mean? And so in the event that you have a garage, the graphic isn't here because I'm not on my computer, but I can pull it up if it is helpful. You have a garage where the face of it is below ground level, then it still isn't to exceed 40% of the first ground level of the building. Again, I can show you a graphic of what that looks like after this presentation. So detached garages shall be located in the rear yard. There are not too many cases where there are legally detached garages that aren't located in the rear yard unless they received a variance or it was done under some larger plan. And then areas not discussed. So there are still other vehicular use standards in our zoning and development code. And so individuals should refer back to those standards if they are not explicitly addressed in this section of the code.
And we had passed a text amendment basically saying that garages can't be bigger than the primary structure and that would remain the same, correct? Okay.
Right, so there are other standards too that control for accessory structures in the rear yard, the area they can take up in the rear yard and so on and so forth. So other standards that aren't and other that weren't discussed before, as well as have been recently introduced with this ordinance, is lot dimensional standards. So the lot area as well as the lot width range shall be anywhere between 75% and 150% of the average of all lots in the infill residential context area. So this standard takes us back to that 200-foot range between the subject site and those on either side of the subject site on the same block face. And then lot coverage standards, which we don't currently have in our residential lot and building standards for structures. We have it for vehicular use areas, but we don't have them for the structures, and we're implementing a maximum lot coverage. The maximum lot coverage shall not exceed 50% of the lot area, and in a maximum impervious cover percentage. The maximum impervious cover shall not exceed 75% of the lot area. There has been conversation around reducing that for larger lots so that it is more equitable, and we're trying to figure out the language to proceed with that. So the maximum impervious cover includes the principal structure and all other impervious structures, which for the purposes of this ordinance shall be defined as an area covered by a roof, concrete, or asphalt surface. We can go into greater detail about other impervious structures, but based on what city staff can make determinations on with the resources we have today, we would be able to control for anything that is covered by a roof, concrete, or asphalt structure. And so the last thing is that if an applicant falls within 10% or less than a foot of the requirement, the city planning and development director has the authority to waive the requirement for a variance, or very well tell the applicant to go back to the drawing board and reduce their drawings by 10% or a foot. And lastly, just reiterating, this does not change the lot and building like residential building types that are allowed. This is only changing the lot and building standards. And so if a small apartment building or a multi-unit building is not currently allowed in your respective zoning districts, say R7.5 or something like that, then it won't be allowed under these standards. That is a separate table that is not being discussed in this text amendment at the time. So just thinking about some of what it discourages and these lot and building standards, it would discourage developments that combine 3 contextual lots to build one larger structure that is outside of the context of the smaller structures that are on the surrounding area. So imagine this is the character that has been established, and now you're taking a building and building it across multiple lots, which takes away from the character. However, if this is currently a part of the character of the neighborhood, this does not backtrack to take away anything that it currently exists today or at the date of passage should it move forward through council. It does try to encourage more contextually appropriate or scaled development that is similar to that of the existing housing stock. Again, not necessarily just like this, but to give you an idea of homes that are similar in height, similar in width, similar setback, so that it is not completely different from the neighborhood that is already in existence. Have any questions there?
Oh, much more do we have on this case? We're hitting way over our 20 minutes.
Oh, this last section, but we could probably end here and come back to it.
I think you need to go over it. I mean, this is a very big change, complex. So
sure,
we'll need a little, go ahead and talk about minor subs,
okay,
please.
So this gets to your question about platting. So the second part to this is the minor subdivision ordinance, which is amending the existing minor subdivision standards that we already have. You all have seen major subdivisions come before this body. And so minor subdivisions are administrative processes that are approved by city staff without a public hearing in this capacity. And so a lot of what's happening is the reorganization summary of minor subdivision standards to assist with the understanding of minor subdivision standards from both city staff and applicants. It's renaming some of our types to make them more clear and understandable that already exist, but again, just putting them in tight, neat sections so that they're clear. The other part of this is allowing for the reestablishing of previously platted lot lines. This is what we were discussing previously briefly, is that if you're wanting to in this example, replat this pink lot line exactly as it is from, of course, legal survey, then you could do so by right by deed or plat at in your title and then reporting it to the county, because at some point these platted lines were approved by city council. That works in a way in tandem with our info residential standards, because some of these lots may be replatted and are not necessarily to conventional standards, but may still be info residential lots. And with those standards, we'll be able to apply the info residential development standards to those lots to allow for them to be buildable. The next part is the introduction of a type 3. The types as they stand, we already have type 1, 2, and 4. Type 1 being there is no increase in lots, so this is either a combination or adjusting of a lot line. Type 2 is splitting the lot up to 5 lots, and then the condominium plat is more of what you see in the downtown area, which is plats in a 3-dimensional space. So the type 3 is the new addition to the code, which would allow for the splitting of 6 to 20 lots, or so anything more than 5 and less than 20 lots will be able to be split through the minor subdivision process rather than the major subdivision process. However, in order to split your lot for up to 20 new lots, you would have to include some minor infrastructural improvements, including the replacement of construction of new curbs, drive approaches, sidewalks, limited stormwater and sewer. And the other caveat to that is that the only way you can split up to 20 lots at a time through this minor subdivision process is if this is a subdivision of previously platted land. That's important to note. So again, as I mentioned, establishing originally platted lot lines and these infrastructural improvements for minor subdivision proposals that would be named under type 3 naming convention. Those are the biggest parts of the minor sub amendment to be aware of. The other things, again, are more like grammar changes and reorganization of existing language in the code. That concludes my presentation.
Any other questions? Commissioner Enders?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3, please come forward and or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, we do have someone in the chamber that wishes to speak, and so far we have one person on Zoom who's raised their hand.
Okay.
I have one procedural question. Did we not have a quorum on this from the original hearing? I thought Commissioner Sadowski was a part of the quorum.
Isn't she? We just had a presentation.
You did, but yeah, Sadowski, I guess, did leave, but we still have enough people here. Let's have Lisa double check. Lisa, please check for us. Thank you for mentioning that.
It's a code amendment, so the typical quorum rules don't apply. It's a text amendment.
Okay. I have a copy of the position statement from Casey Knack for each person on the commission. My name is Tiffany Moore. I live at 222 West 75th Street. I am here today testifying on behalf of the Kansas City Neighborhood Advisory Council. I serve as a co-chair of that organization. I also participated in the working group that staff presented as part of the public engagement process. I'm going to start out by making one clarification to a comment from Commissioner Enders. The infill lot context area covers all lots zoned residentially that were platted or annexed prior to 1954. So every single lot in the West Plaza, every single lot in the Country Club District, every single lot, almost from 85th-ish to north of the river and from State Line West. I think very early on in this process, there was some confusion that it was limited to non-conforming lots. That's not the case. It applies to everything, empty lots, lots that have existing housing, including any condition. It also includes multifamily that's zoned residential. So one of the things that I wanted to mention as we get started here is that there's a lot of information and feedback that we're getting from a variety of neighborhoods. KCNAC itself also hosted 10 workshops. And most of the feedback that we got has a lot of questions and confusion around some of those points, including what lots are included and were not. And so for this particular testimony, what KCNAC is going to focus on is continuing to refine this using that input and feedback and including a fairly deep analysis of how this might actually impact and how it might actually be implemented in different types of neighborhoods. The very first thing that we wanted to point out is that the minor subdivision amendments do not impact only that 1954 boundary. So the changes to the minor subdivision category will apply to the entire city, even the residentially zoned neighborhoods that are outside the infill area, which is the area defined by that 1954 space. And that's important. The primary purpose of that is to streamline the permitting of projects. The concern that KCNAC has is that the addition of this type 3 would allow up to 20 new lots to be developed without the public engagement process that is triggered in 88-505-12. The adjustment of the language, the clarification of the type 1, 2, and 4 is helpful. There's no doubt that that's the case. So we're asking as a condition to moving this forward that the minor subdivision component of this be separated into its own ordinance. That will allow continued voting and discussion on things that impact the infill area and changes to the minor subdivision category, which impact many more, and the fact that it removes that public engagement aspect. We'd also like to recommend that a condition be applied that look back report be provided to organizations such as KCNAC, not just City Council, so that we continue to include community understanding and involvement and feedback as information is gathered to determine whether or not this is doing what we expected and is being impactful in the right ways. We'd also like to help verify that the data that we categorize as individuals that seek the permits that might leverage this infill ordinance actually be determined whether they are an individual or a business. We have good solid information that in many cases those permits or applications are filed as individuals because it has different impacts on the licensing of contractors. So in many cases, these are investor projects that are being applied for as individuals because it's beneficial in other ways. Item number 3 and 4, if you think back to the staff presentation relative to height, this is a conversation that a couple of us from the working group had with staff at the second most recent presentation that they did at the Mohart Center, that we need to continue to refine the language to determine where the building height is measured from. And make sure that that language is very tightly coordinated with the tuck under garages. If those two things are not well coordinated, we could end up with 4-story houses when it's measured off of a 2.5 to 3. If we aren't super clear on how that basement garage and interaction with the street is calculated. Another comment from a previous conversation from the commissioners, the existing language as it is in this presentation would allow for a home to be constructed that is taller than what's currently allowed in conventional zoning. And so particularly the West Plaza representative from our working group felt like that was inappropriate, that the infill guidance would allow for a home to be constructed taller than what's currently allowed. And so we would like the condition to just indicate we need to further refine that height information. Item number 5 for the conditions would be to remove the detached garage restriction. If the language indicates that you can't have a garage unless 50% of the homes currently have one, the ADU ordinance would allow the construction of an ADU, a detached ADU on any lot. And so that's a conflict that likely needs to be resolved. Item number 6 also stems from previous conversations around the fact that if we define the percent pervious based on that exact number as opposed to materials, there'll be fewer questions as to what is or isn't allowed. There are a number of ranges of perviousness within asphalt and concrete. And there are also other materials that are more pervious, such as pavers and bricks. And so just changing that language to define the percent perviousness that we want to see would be easier to implement than defining the materials. And then the last item there, number 6, is to clarify 88-420-04P, that it's intended to reference a single lot, as in a small residential multifamily building, that we're not restricting the ability to place off-street parking on single family or detached home properties. Our recommendations for implementation of this are very similar to our original letter. One of them is to pilot an application that doesn't immediately apply this to the entire city, to see what happens, how it happens, what kind of applications might benefit, what kind of neighborhoods might see changes in the development pattern, and whether that is meeting the original intent and expectation. Partnering with applicants and neighborhood organizations that are currently doing this kind of work and analyze that outcome to further incorporate into refinements over time. The original intent was to encourage owner occupancy and development in particularly parts of the city that have not seen good reinvestment. And so thinking about implementations that might waive fees for owner occupied developments or applications and clawbacks if that's not how they were actually then marketed. And then also reviewing the ADU language as a follow-up to coordinate the housing strategy. There are some setbacks that would be in conflict between the ADU ordinance and what we're now proposing as a part of this infill strategy. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. I believe that staff received support from the west side for this list of conditions and recommendations, and you may have received others as well.
Say the list of conditions, the 1 through 7 that you've issued here.
Yes.
Okay.
And the recommendations for implementation.
And these have been presented to the city previously as part of any public involvement or other discussions?
Several of these have been part of the conversations from the working group. Yes. And the particularly the separating the minor subdivision language was not considered in the working group. There are no comments. There were no comments provided from the working group to the city as it was separated. In the working group only discussed the infill lot and building standards.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next, Joe?
Sharon Pendleton had her hand raised again on this one, but has since lowered it. I've sent you a request, Sharon, if you want to join us. Looks like she's joining us.
Hi, Sharon. As you take yourself off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Sharon Pendleton. I'm in the West Plaza area on Jarbo at 47th.
Yes.
I have very few things to say, except to go back, if I could, to the height of buildings. I think the last speaker spoke to much of what I had to say about where the initial vertical measurement is taken from. West Plaza has an infusion of large, oversized, new construction that does not fit the area at all. It may fit in terms of what has been allowed, but it does not have contextual meaning to this part of the city. And I really would like, it's not about design, it's about setbacks, it's about verticality. What we've seen here are tear downs of small houses in a row so that you lose the neighboring property that has jurisdiction over the next house height. And once you start this, where there's a grab by outside corporate builders, They know that if they put up one at one scale that is acceptable, the next one on either side is a vacant lot, and they can then begin to build. We've got some houses here that are atrocious. Design-wise, verticality, the context is terrible, and it's going to continue until that is corrected. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anybody else, Joe?
No one else has their hand raised.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close public testimony then.
Oh, I guess I'll start. I think we're getting close. I think this is a really great work so far. I'm excited about this because as someone who works with designers who are looking at these lots, we need to have some more flexibility to do it in a way that you don't have to come see us all the time. And so I'm excited about this. I think we've gone I don't think anyone can accuse you of not doing public engagement. So that's a great step. My only main concerns are, I think, as Sharon pointed out, kind of how we deal with tear downs and height of brand new buildings, I guess. I think that's my main concern, is how do we redefine that to take into consideration, I think, the goal of the ordinance, which is not which is to create more contextual but also inherently more affordable housing. I think what we see on the west side and West Plaza and Beacon Hill and places like that is, if you have $1 million or $2 million house and there's a $2 million house next to it, you can build another $2 million house. And I think the goal is to make a more effective development process, but I also think the kind of underlying goal of this is to create houses that are of diverse types. So I think reviewing how we deal with kind of regulations on tear downs, and maybe that's a separate sense, but I think in the interim we can examine maybe a way to look at height a little bit more broadly. I think that would be my suggestion. And then I do agree with Ms. Moore about maybe looking at taking the minor subdivision and making it separate. Those are my three main things. I think we've made a lot of progress, and I think this is super exciting as a whole, but I think we should just look at the height one more, because I think that is one unintended consequence in some of our neighborhoods who would feel this most acutely. But I do think when we pass it, I want it to apply for the whole city. I don't necessarily want to target it to certain neighborhoods. So those are my comments. I would ask us to consider working those things out before we pass it on, but I think we're getting really close.
Najma, could you speak to the incidence of, like, if there's a theoretical tear down? Because the way I understood the height restrictions, I thought that was accommodated already or accounted for.
So the tear down is a separate conversation about demolitions and possibly even a historic overlay for those particular neighborhoods that want to have some control over demolition in that regard. In terms of the height part, when you say you thought it was already accounted for, what do you mean?
Well, the theoretical that was provided, where, you know, someone in theory takes down a couple houses, builds one house that's tall and uses that as context for the following houses. I kind of thought that the first house wouldn't be able to be built out of context in the first place.
Right. So any new development going up or any addition to old development would have to be within the context that's established. So moving forward, say you're in the plaza and you're in between, and this is a variety of ranges, but if you're in between a house that has a flat roof that, say, 35 feet was the conventional maximum, and you're the other house on the other side is maybe 25 feet and it's a pitched roof and you're wanting to go in between those. It depends on the pitch of your roof, but you wouldn't be able to exceed the 35 feet or the 25 feet, depending on the roof size or or the roof pitch rather. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question or if I'm understanding it, but are you saying based on the existing context, regardless of tear downs, if the other homes are built under infill standards or regardless of infill standards, there is still some context that it has to abide by?
I think there's some concern, Najma, about whether it incentivizes people to tear things down and reestablish their own context. And I think no matter what you do, wherever you're building the new stuff, it has its own context. So you could buy up, 4 houses on a block, but the house next to it still helps establish that first house being built's context. So there is the potential for that to happen, but I think it's kind of self-limiting because of the fact that there's always a context area applying to the first house being built.
Thanks. And then can you also speak to whether right now, what the existing situation is? So let's say West Plaza, you're on a street with 1.5-story houses, pitched roofs. Right now, what can someone do and how does that change with this infill standard? Because my understanding is that it wouldn't negatively affect what could already be done, and that meaning a developer could already build a 2-story house right now. But could that be clarified, please?
Correct. So if a home was built today under conventional standards, I'd need an exact address, but if we're talking general West Plaza, your height maximum, I think is going to be something around 35 feet. That is not the average height of most, the older stock of homes in the plaza right now. The issue that I think a lot of people have with the new homes going up in the plaza is that they're maximizing the height that they can do, which is about 35 feet. And they can do that by right without any intervention from city staff on a zoning lot and building standards level. And so they can build to the maximum regardless of the homes next door being 25 feet. They can tear down as many homes as they want and build as many homes as they want if they fall into the conventional lot and building standards, which typically is they're expanding or they're maximizing what they can do within those traditional or conventional lot and building standards.
Sure. Thank you. I wanted to clarify those things first before I made this comment. So my interpretation of what's before us is that we're trying to provide standards for non-conforming lots. And as it was appropriately pointed out, this does affect other lots that aren't considered non-conforming. However, it's not creating a vast expansion of what can happen under current regulations. And so in that sense, I think that this is strong, and it doesn't concern me that all of a sudden it's loosening standards in certain neighborhoods because the standards are already allowing for the development that people are frustrated by. And so that type of frustration I would want to come through a different process and not, quote unquote, muddy up what we're trying to accomplish here. And so in that context, I'm very supportive, I'm impressed by the work that's been done. I think this is a huge step in terms of allowing us to unlock the potential of those non-conforming lots so that we can add more housing at all levels of affordability. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Where do you measure height from?
It's from the street. However, as Joe stated, we're working on clarifying that language. So there isn't any confusion as what from the street means once it gets to the stage of approval.
So you have a block, you're measuring height comparison from one house to another on a flat block. You put it on a hill, you have all 1-story houses this way, where you measure the roof from the bottom house.
This is more so not necessarily from the slope, but based on the stories of the home. So arguably there could be more stories on the steeper side of that slope, but it's still limiting how many stories the new development can have based on the stories that the 2 existing structures have, which is difficult to articulate without pictures. So I'll bring the picture back up, but I'm not sure if that made it any more or less clear.
So there's two things here that need to be unpacked. This image is meant to convey to you that what we what we're doing with this ordinance is each lot will have its own little set of regulations based upon the existing environment around it. So what we've decided with this, if you can go back to that height slide real quick. Najma.
No.
What we've decided with the height is that the context should be dictated by the two houses on either side. That's what we are proposing. That is used to determine what the height requirement is for the house in between. How it's measured is already regulated in the ordinance, and there are 3 ways of measuring it depending upon whether there's an existing, whether the house is within a certain distance of the street, whether the street has a finished curb, and we can read that to you. But this ordinance just sets what the requirement would be. How the new house would be measured is already something that's in the ordinance.
Okay, any other questions, comments? So Najma, I want to go over these 7 conditions presented and just a thought process on that. Separating the minor subdivision amendments into a separate ordinance. Maybe both of you can help answer. Is that necessary or not? Is that something to consider?
I would say that Najma, this presentation she gave you today was always, the content was always presented at every event that we attended. So there was always opportunity to talk about minor subdivisions. I think what animates more people is the lot and building standard part of it. So that's where the conversation often focused. But there's been an opportunity for almost a year now to talk about minor subdivisions. So in my opinion, I don't believe that there needs to be a delay to the minor subdivision discussion. It is something that people are buying up lots from the land bank, for example, and they've been waiting very patiently for a very long time to go through a process that's not, 1 to 2 years long, because they'd have to go through a major subdivision process. And so they've been patient waiting on that. And so I would not recommend separating it out. It also helps us to address the nonconformity issue, which is integral to the ability to build on the lots. So I think separating the two dilutes greatly the ability to allow development throughout the city on these nonconforming lots.
Okay. Number 2, look back, also include presentation to Casey Knack.
Yeah, we're happy to do that.
That's already a part of it. We just didn't condition it, I guess.
Okay. Height, we've already talked about that. For garage door width restriction to allow tuck under garages with minimal sidewalk impacts.
So I believe that we're addressing that with the language there, and we can continue to work with the stakeholder group before this gets to council. The concern that we have is we just want to make sure if there's a block where there's very few driveways that we're not having an infill house where someone is building a new driveway and eating up the on-street parking availability merely by adding another driveway to the block. So if that's common on the block, sure, go ahead and do it. If it's uncommon, we would prefer people to take access from an alley or use on-street parking.
I will say that conversation was ongoing in the stakeholder group. Sorry. I will say that conversation was ongoing in the stakeholder group as well, where there was greater people leaning toward keeping the contextual. If 50% has them, you can have it. If not, then you need to get a variance because you're going outside of the context of the neighborhood.
Okay. 5, remove detached garage restriction on that. I think it's pretty self-explanatory of what you're looking for here on detached garages.
Yeah, I didn't completely understand what Ms. Moore, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chair, if she could articulate what she was looking for there, because I didn't quite catch it.
So the current version of the infill lot and building standards says that you cannot build any garage unless more than 50% of the existing homes in the context area have a garage. However, the recently adopted ADU ordinance allows the construction of a detached ADU, and many of those are apartments on top of garages on any residential lot. And so those two things are in conflict.
You can have an ADU in the rear yard on any lot. This ordinance, at least the intent, if it doesn't say it explicitly, we can clarify, is to allow a detached garage in any rear yard as well.
Well, so that was that kind of ongoing discussion that Najma mentioned. All of those garage conversations, or many of them, were centered around that basement garage conflict. But the wording says all garages are restricted. And I don't think that's what we really intended. We were really talking about that basement garage condition. And so that's why the condition I wrote specifically says removing the restriction on detached garages, because you could simply do it by applying to build an ADU and you'd get the garage.
Najma, can you bring up the language?
I can. I'm gonna go to the
Tommy.
Can you clarify while I'm doing this, what you mean by if you get a accessory dwelling unit?
Speaking your microphone.
Can you clarify what you mean, Ms. Moore, that if you apply for an accessory dwelling unit, then you automatically have a garage? I'm not sure I'm understanding.
You could, if you have a lot and there's room for a detached garage with an ADU in the backyard, you could apply for a building permit under the ADU ordinance, or the ability to build ADUs, and get permitted to build an ADU, a detached ADU in the backyard, because those are now allowed on all residentially zoned lots. But in the infill zone, if you only wanted a garage and your neighbors don't have a garage, you couldn't. And so the way around that would just to apply to get permitted for an ADU, a detached ADU.
Is the garage for a vehicle?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
I guess I'm trying to understand what you mean in terms of getting around.
I think we can work this out. We just need to understand. I mean, the goal is to not have there be a conflict.
Yeah.
We're not
correct.
trying to propose something where there's a conflict.
Yeah, I think next one with the impervious covered by percentage rather than material. I didn't see in the language of what was presented to us where it's by material. It's just by impervious surface percent, total amount.
It's concrete, asphalt, or what am I missing? There were three materials.
So I think what Ms. Moore is suggesting is there are other types of materials that could be considered pervious and or impervious other than the three listed. However, those are the types that often trigger a permit requirement. So a lot of the other options potentially would not require a permit, and we would have no way to make sure that they don't exceed the impervious surface coverage. I would say that it's also an area that we would probably know much more about in a year. And once we've permitted some of these, and we can revisit it at that time.
And then 7 is single lot or remove. We've already talked about that one as well. Seems like. Okay.
I'll just say, I think Tyler explained the height well for me, so I think I'm okay with that. I think could it be written into the ordinance of kind of a look back the first 3 years or so? Or if that's already in there.
So I conditioned it, and that can be edited the way you all see fit, but I've conditioned it to be reviewed again. Not to say that things will be built by this time, but at least we may have some building permits that we've processed for June of next year. Right, of next year, 2023. It'll probably be here before we know it. He said Christmas is tomorrow. So, but if you feel like there needs to be another condition to come back after that, I think we could also condition at that time of review.
I think I trust you. I think it's just I view this kind of work as if we sat here and tried to make the most perfect text amendment in the world, it wouldn't happen, right? And someone would be mad. But I think kind of a diligent revisiting of kind of what's going on in a year or two, as Joe mentioned, there's probably a lot of people waiting to kind of implement plans. So I think we'll see some movement, but just kind of being able to come back and quickly address things that aren't working, I think is really critical. So that'd be my main concern, especially since Tyler convinced me.
My main concern is once you do the text amendment, are you going to come back? That would be my view.
I don't know. My experience with the affordable housing ordinance was they came back real quick when it wasn't working the way they wanted it to. So I think we could trust the process. So
Now, personally, if in all transparency, wouldn't continue to advocate for something with my name on it if it's not working. So I will come back if there is an issue, unless I'm told otherwise.
Okay. So I think we're at a point I'd like to take a motion on this, please.
I move to approve with conditions, case number 3.
Yeah, the condition, I think there's only one condition. Do you want to add a second condition?
Well, the condition was to do a look back, right? Yeah, so that's included.
Just the one condition, okay. So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 3 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
No.
Baker,
Aye.
Crowe,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 5-1 as presented, and we just hope that staff will continue to work with Casey neighborhoods on just refining some of that language.
So just for clarification, you denied our conditions. You denied our request for
I
conditions.
didn't deny all of them. I didn't add them. No, I'm just hoping, like we stated, that they'll certainly work with you to work on those conditions. Okay, so it's 12:55 right now, and we're taking a 30-minute recess here for lunch. And
Yes.
we'll be back here at 12:25. Is that all right?
Yep.
Can somebody put that in the chat, please, that we are taking this 30-minute break?
Our technical advisor
sorry.
up here is doing
Yeah,
that.
1:25. Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to get that extra hour back. And then we will, from that point, we'll start with docket item number 4.
Series of meetings. We're not in a rush to get it.
Oh, okay.
It's not like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Probably 2, one where we can hear questions, and then a second one where you can share feedback.
Okay.
So I can get
Yeah.
absorb it.
That's fine. Okay. I'm
Okay.
glad you, okay, I was like, trying to do this next week.
No.
Yeah, I usually print the docket out. See why we're not. It's frustrating.
Two. So. So I just live in my word, bring him. Load up my document next time and. I just filed it. I filed my. Yeah, if you've got it, that'd be good. Yeah, I can email. So you have it. Okay. Just worked out well. I can get on my call.
Clock out. Kidding.
Okay. Right.
Try to keep you on your toes.
Hey, my friend. Okay, good to see you. I see you. See you guys in person. Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, you can sit here.
No, I left it here.
Okay, I think we're close here to get ready to start again.
Yeah, let's hit it.
Is everybody ready?
That's a keys next month. Sorry. It's complicated.
Do we have any commissioners online by chance, Joe? I know Commissioner Enders had to leave for the remainder of the day. Curious if
No, it's not.
Sadowski came back.
After 30? Oh, 1:30.
Correct. Okay. You need to recuse Commissioner Baker.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. We have 4, right?
Let's so instead of starting here at 1:25 as hoped, we're going to wait till 1:30 with hopes of Commissioner Sadowski being able to join us. I need yeah, she can. That's fine.
Both Baker and Allender need to recuse from the next one. Is that right?
No, he's.
Okay. He's just on the phone.
Gotta. We have a quorum here. What's the next one? Yeah, let's go ahead and restart our meeting, beginning with docket item number 4, please. Is the applicant available on this one?
I believe they're on Zoom.
On Zoom? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get started then.
Docket item number 4 is case number CPC 2022-00143. Request to approve a rezoning to District UR to allow for mixed-use development with amenities and structured parking on about 1.5 acres at 2001 Walnut Street. Larissa Shambi is the staff planner.
Chair Crowell, I just joined in, so just wanted to let you know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Larissa Chambi, City and Planning. Let me share the screen. All right. So this is an application for approval of a rezoning to District UR and a preliminary development plan to under the previously approved Fright House District PIEA plan. The tax incentive plan was approved on December 12th of 2019 and is found under ordinance 190994. The location of the site is in the greater downtown area over where the arrow is pointing. The surrounding lots are all zone DX-15. The existing structure on the lot is a 1-story brick building containing the city dogs, a luxury boarding, grooming, and accessory parking use. Over here where my pointer is, this is the accessory parking for that use. And then over here, they have that outdoor run area. The applicant is proposing a 7-story residential building with 246 residential units, integrated parking garage and amenities. The parking garage can be accessed from Walnut and from 21st Street. They're proposing a loading area for the garage, which is right here where the pointer is. This is not a second entrance to the garage and will only be used for loading and unloading the garbage truck. The ground floor level of the development includes a leasing office, commercial use, gym, and walk-up apartments. And you'll see that here on this slide. These two on the left are the parking garages, and walk-up residential units along Walnut, and then the commercial use up here in the northeast corner. The construction materials for the proposed building are of high quality, and the underlying zoning allows for this proposed use. The proposed plan is compliant with the standards of the Zoning and Development Code and all other applicable zoning ordinances or city ordinances. They have indicated that these site triangles are not affected by landscaping or parking. However, staff would like to see them submit a plan showing the site vision at the time of the UR final plan submittal. They have also provided crosswalks and pedestrian tables and pedestrian connections to the surrounding uses. The plan provides adequate utilities based on city standards. Here are the elevations showing the quality materials that they're using, and they're using a mix of brick, stucco, and let me get this right, wood soffit and red masonry veneer.
There's the elevations to the north and the south. And then this is what it looks like today. There are no trees on this property. And I haven't included landscaping plans because what they've submitted is compliant with the landscaping requirements in the code, and the plan was attached to the staff report. I can answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions from the commission regarding docket item number 4? Okay, seeing none. Is the applicant available? So Matthew, are you available?
Yes, Matthew Bauman with Hayford Volker.
Okay, yeah. Welcome. Please state your name and address for the record.
Matthew Bauman, architectural designer with Hayford Volker, 11460 Tomahawk Creek Parkway in Leawood, Kansas.
Okay, anything else you'd like to add about this case?
Well, I believe Larissa did a very good job leading into the general background for this particular site. So it is a very narrow property at the intersection of East 20th Street and Walnut, which has previously been granted these incentives. The current DX15 satisfies the building use, but because of these incentives, we are asking for an urban renewal. Proposing a lot of highly sought after apartments and dwelling units in what we consider a very thriving part of the Crossroads District. Amenities to include co-working spaces, the apartments themselves, bistro, the commercial use on 20th Street, as well as outdoor recreation spaces. We are proposing a amenity pool deck with some fun recreational areas for the tenants, as well as kind of a more privatized courtyard along the east alley side. We have tried to the owner has engaged with members of the surrounding communities to establish a general consensus of what is a desirable solution to them. So we've been very, very mindful to consider what the neighbors are wanting to look at. So we've pulled the building form off of the alley side, tried to create a little bit more relief with engaging activities at the ground floor, the way that the building connects to East 20th Street. We are respecting the greater downtown area plan. So a lot of the ideas with the intent to support walkable downtown, doubling the population downtown, creating this nice zone of greenscape, which will promote sustainability and nice authentic neighborhoods, as well as increasing the access to like rideshare KC. We're trying to be very sensitive to all of those matters as well. I apologize. Should I be sharing screen for this?
Not necessarily talking. If you got something to share that you'd like to talk about, please do.
Sure, if that's okay, I will go ahead and share my screen here.
Yeah.
Okay, so just another quick adding on to what Larissa has already presented. So our project site right here, we are right on that.
Sorry, I don't see that yet. Might try that again on sharing.
I apologize. Can you see it now?
Yep, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, sorry for that. So yes, our project site, it sits right along this 20th Street streetscape project. So we are grabbing onto that and trying to respect the nature of proposing connections to, again, rideshare KC, promoting a nice green walkable pedestrian path. And then you have your intersection along Walnut here, which is less than a block away from the KC streetcar as well. So a prime location. Again, we are offering a great housing opportunity in what we consider a highly desirable location. You have galleries, fine dining, very historic landmarks in this area. So the architecture as well is being very sensitive to all of this. And then just a quick look at that landscape plan just to show how we are trying to activate that pedestrian path along Walnut. Again, we have walk-up units, a variety of different unit types with this project. Again, 246 units total with some walk-up units at grade to try to activate that path, as well as the intersection. And then to the north, we have allocated amenity space, the leasing office, commercial tenant use. And then at the south end, again, like Larissa was saying, we have access for the tenant dedicated parking, as well as a loading zone strictly for trash. And then our pool deck amenity, which will be at the third floor podium level overlooking 20th Street, as well as a privatized courtyard space, which is further south in plan, which I will show here in a second. So providing a variety of different outdoor amenity spaces. And this is just a general project overview, again, on a north-south axis, how the project site, the amenities allocated to the north, walk-up units along Walnut. This whole zone in here is all of our public parking. And then you have the built form, the 5-story built form on top of podium, which follows with this footprint, and then all of the outdoor pool deck amenity and a privatized courtyard further to the south. And general breakdown of the amenities here. Materials wise, again, we are trying to be very sensitive to where we are located here in Crossroads. So yes, we are creating a blend of regional historic reference and contemporary motifs, varied roof lines, and brick veneer of a variety of red and darker brick, just to create some nice differentiation between the podium level and the apartments above. We are also blending this with metal canopies, expressed steel elements, also trying to harken back to warehouse construction in the Crossroads. And then we're also trying to capitalize on the potential for a signage opportunity as well, since we do have Western Auto, which is very close to our site, and the Abdiana Hotel further to the east. And so the building tower, we're proposing that this could also have a similar landmark presence. Kind of an aerial shot just looking down along 20th Street here. And then you have Walnut and the alley. And this provides a better illustration for how the built form has been pulled away from the neighbors, just to provide some level of relief. And so the client has been very sensitive to the desires of the neighbors and what they will be potentially looking into. Another rendered image. And this really shows more how the project hopes to activate this intersection with a nice chic lobby space, engaging this intersection, very pedestrian friendly. You can see the walk-ups further along Walnut, and just overall this established presence that's still trying to respect vernacular, the local materials. And just a few more images of those walk-ups. Articulation along the alley side, so we're also trying to be sensitive there as well. And then a view across 20th Street. So that's really all that I have prepared. We do have Vic Alston, the owner with Lux Living, on the call, as well as Kevin Berman, our commercial partner here at Hafer Welker. So they're also available here to answer any questions along with myself.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the commission to the applicant? Commissioner Sadowski?
No, this is kind of a minor question, but just the brick, is it a thin brick application or is it a full brick? My question really is about you have an adjacent building that has a thin brick application where the windows are completely flush with the exterior. So I'd like to not
Correct.
see that detail downtown. So
Okay. Well, we currently, due to the very constricted nature of the site, we are proposing a thin brick. So that's how we currently have gone about this.
okay.
Okay, any other questions? You mind stop sharing your screen there?
Oh.
For us? There you go. Thank you. Okay, at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 4, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber wishing to speak and no one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else, Mr. Baumann, on the project?
Nope, we're just really appreciative of the opportunity.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, we'll close testimony. If there's no discussion, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crow, I move to approve docket item 4 with conditions as stated.
Second. Oh, sorry. We've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 4 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion for us, please?
Allender,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 5-0. We certainly appreciate you bringing it in and look forward to this new structure going up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on then to docket item number 5, please.
Docket item number 5 is case number CPC 2022-00031. A request to approve an interjurisdictional preliminary plat that includes the city of Lee Summit as well as Kansas City in District R80, which creates 4 lots and 1 tract on about 20 acres at the northeast corner of View High Drive and Interstate 470. Olufu Agbaji is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Plan Commission, Olufu Agbaji, City Planning and Development. As soon as I can open my This next case is just a request for preliminary plat, and this is for what's known as the Aragon Star development. Still on. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. This next case is located at the southeast corner of the city where my arrow is pointing to. Just again, just at the south, will be the northeast corner of View High Drive and I-470. So you can see it's partially within the city of Lee Summit and the city of Kansas City. But the plat we're dealing with today, and I'd like to make a correction, it's no longer an interjurisdictional plat because the part within the city of Lee Summit has been platted. So it's a third plat of the development, but it's just a plat, they're platting the portion within the city of Kansas City. So I will make that correction in the legal description. So it's just a preliminary plat at this point. Again, the location is where the star is. East Bannister Road, as you can see, is north of the site. Closer to the site is the Rock Island Trail, and at this site will be the 98th Street Trailhead, located just off the site. The Little Blue River meanders through the site. you can see. And quick background on the site. Back in 2017, when Aragon Star was in process of developing, they had attempted to annex about 95 acres from the city of Kansas City into city of Lee Summit to allow this project to proceed. That request was denied back in December of 2017, and that's the ordinance that denied that request. They came back with the plan still moving forward, and they did receive a special use permit to allow for parking. And this was approved by the Board of Zoning Adjustment, August 13, 2019. And they was just to approve parking within the city of Kansas City that serves the entertainment, sports and recreation and entertainment facility. And that special use permit was granted for a period of 35 years. So this action, that special use permit granted them the entitlement to have the parking lot within zoning district R80, which this is, and this preliminary plat is serving as a way to plat the properties. This does not grant them any entitlement for any development beyond what was approved as a special use permit. So this is the Aragon Star proposed development. This is not, I think, the actual plan, but this shows you that apartments, mixed use development along the edge, while you have the soccer fields on the northeast side. And this area where the star is what's within the city of Kansas City, and that's where the preliminary plat lies. And that's for the parking that serves the soccer fields. Again, this is a sketch or a plan of what it looks like. So this is where the special use permit was granted on 20 acres. And the soccer field is within the city of Lee Summit, while the parking lot is within the city of Kansas City. Again, this is the same layout. I do have a condition that they should not make this a lot at this time, because that SUP, which is what you see right now, shows a trail that goes through to connect to what's the 98th Street and the trailhead to then get onto the Rock Island Trail. So one of my conditions is that they will just do 1, 2, 3 lots and leave this as a tract. And again, if and when they choose to develop, they must come back to this body to not only rezone, but also do additional plan for anything other than what's allowed. I do have the uses that was allowed as the SUP, and it allows everything that can be done within the R80 district, and that's all they can do on that site for now. Again, this is the site, and 20 acres, and the request is to create three lots and 2 tracks. And this is 1, 2, 3, and this number 4, I've requested that be changed to a track. This is a private drive, which is going to be the second track. So we'll have track C, which would then be track A, and then track B. Lot 8 will be changed, or lot 4 will be changed to track B. That ends my presentation. Staff recommendation is for approval subject to the 32 conditions, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff?
Where does the stormwater go? Is it just a drain? Looks like a pipe and out to a drain.
The overall stormwater is for the entire site. So, and that's south within Lee Summit.
Okay.
Any other questions? Commissioner Sadowski?
No, I just wanted to say that I agree with the maintenance of that trail connection, because there's a bike lane on Longview Road that takes you all the way up to Longview Community College. So I think it's important to keep that connection point.
Okay. All right, so at this time, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant.
Jay Healy.
I think they're right there behind you.
Jay Healy, George Butler Associates. address 9801.
Mind speaking into the microphone, can't hardly hear you.
Sorry, better.
Little.
Jay Healy with George Butler Associates, address 9801 Runner Boulevard in Lenexa, Kansas.
Okay.
I don't really have a whole lot to add. They did a good job. Yeah, it's just a 624 space parking lot is the focus of the preliminary plat to support the soccer complex to the south. We'll come back with a final plat once the preliminary plat is approved.
Okay. All right. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. But this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 5, please step forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
I don't see anyone in the chamber, Mr. Chair. No one's raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay, so go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add? Nope. Okay. So we'll go ahead and close and take a motion, please.
Move to approve docket item 5 with conditions with the change to condition number 3 as stated.
No, it's, yeah.
That's good.
I was just emphasizing the fact that I wanted them to change that to a track. So.
Okay. So move to approve docket item 5 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 5. Lisa, can you take roll call, please?
Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
Sadowski.
Sorry, couldn't find the unmute. Aye.
Okay. Looks like the motion passes 6-0 then. Thank you for bringing it in and see you next time.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to docket item number 6, please.
Case number CPC 2020-00150. Request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved development plan to allow for the construction of 2 multi-unit residential buildings containing 112 units on about 4 acres in the Bristol commercial area, which is located at the northwest corner of Northwest Shoal Creek Parkway and Highway 169. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner.
Good afternoon. Docket item 6 is for a major amendment to a previously approved development plan. And this major amendment is to allow 2 multi-unit residential buildings. Site is generally located in the Northland, just west of Highway 169. The subject site is highlighted in yellow. It is within the Bristol South Commercial Development Area. You all approved a few project plans on this site. The southeast corner was for a gas station convenience store. And then on this middle portion for 2 multi-tenant commercial retail buildings. Here is the site plan for the 2 buildings to contain a total of 112 units. The site will be accessible from 2 private drives, one from the south and one from the west. This is the landscape plan. As you can see, many trees will buffer the north side of the site. There are existing residences to the north, single-family residences, as well as buffering from the highway ramp to the east. Oh, and additionally, there is internal landscaping to screen headlights from the parking area into those ground floor units. And then here is an elevation of the building. You would see this elevation. This is the west building, and this is the view you would see if you were in the parking lot. Just to the right here, you can see a little snippet of the amenity area. So this is the west building, and then this is the east building. Again, this is what you would see looking north at the site from the parking lot or as you're approaching from that south private drive. And then just a couple of street view images. They're a little bit out of date, but this is the south private drive that leads straight to the site. Over on the east here is going to be that gas station, convenience store, and then the multi-unit or multi-tenant commercial buildings. Again, close up. So as you can see, there are houses behind it. And then this is just the view from the intersection of Northwest Shoal Creek Parkway and the off-ramp. There's a roundabout here, so it's set back pretty far from the road. And then there are a few cleanup conditions I want to mention. So the applicant and staff would like to request that the commission remove conditions number 5, 7, 8, 10, and 22 for the reasons stated on my slide. Many of these involve platting, and there is no plat for this case. Yes, Commissioner Allender, did you have a question? Okay, sorry.
Just following the slides.
Oh, sorry. Okay. And then, sorry, number 8 is based on improvements based on a traffic impact study, and no traffic impact study was required for this project. And then 22 was a repetitive condition of number 6, which is to remain involving storm drainage study to be submitted at a later time. And then additionally, we request that you add the following condition at the bottom here, that the developers submit for a minor subdivision for a lot line adjustment, just to clean up some lot lines around public utilities that are going to serve the site. And to be more specific here, the reason that this lot is shaped like this is to allow for the public utility to run up. So this lot is served by a public utility. I believe the public main is actually over here outside of this property. So we're just needing the applicant to do a minor subdivision to just adjust those lot lines a little bit. Other than that, staff recommends approval with conditions and the revisions that I mentioned in the previous slide. I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff?
Just wondering, is there signage at that roundabout, since that is a private drive, that indicates the project entrance?
I will let the applicant speak to that question.
Let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Welcome back.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Ross Fretz Law Firm, with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. Also online via Zoom is Mr. Brian Mertz. He is the developer. And then our engineer, Matt Schlecht, is also online if you have any questions of them. Commissioner Sadowski, that is one of the entrances to our apartments. There is a median in Shoal Creek Parkway, so you won't be able to use that entrance as you head east. You will use it to make a right turn in only as you're heading west. If you're coming from the west, you'll head up Summit and then use the other internal drives on that development. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Okay. I do have a PowerPoint, but I'm cognizant of the time that has been spent today, so I'm not going to use it. I think this case is fairly simple. We're in agreement with staff with the conditions, with the revisions that Genevieve has requested. This is really the final piece of the Bristol South property to be developed. And we look forward to bringing additional residents to the commercial uses we're putting in around there.
Didn't this used to be the container?
This was the site for the container, and we're working now on just regular apartments.
Okay, it's a different developer though?
It is Mr. Mertz who owns the property now. I mean, he always owned the property, but.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant?
I'm just glad to see some internal circulation in the parking lot. My only like really nitpicky thing is, would it be possible to move the crossing over a little bit to be more oriented straight? It goes right below the detention pond, but just maybe move it over. I think that's I don't know. Just feels like it's kind of weird. And I'm just thinking about accessibility and stuff, but I mean, overall, a great project, but I would encourage the developer to maybe look at reorienting that crosswalk to be a little bit safer. So.
I just see there are a couple of detention ponds. So is there any thought about putting some sort of green infrastructure, saying it is a community or a residential area?
Did you promote Matt Schlicht online? Matt,
Yep, I'm here.
did you hear the question?
I heard the first one on the sidewalk and I was working towards it. What was the second one on the detention basin?
Yeah, was there any thought about looking at green, apart from a detention basin, some sort of green BMP infrastructure, retention pond, or not retention pond, wetlands or something?
So the detention basin will have some element of a BMP in the bottom of the basin, whether it be some type of a native plantings or some type of infiltration allowances. So there will be some combination of that. And then on the sidewalk side of it, certainly we can continue to look at where that sidewalk goes. It was kind of our opinion, kind of where we had created it was to try to create a walkway that might make sense for the residents to actually use it to kind of get throughout the whole overall park side of it. But we will certainly continue to look at it to see if there's anything else we can do as we get towards final plan.
Right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, so at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 6, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber wishing to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add?
No,
Okay, thank you.
just, do you know which conditions you need to? You might show them again.
I've got them written down.
Oh, okay.
You are okay with the additional condition that was added, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 6 with conditions deleting 5, 7, 8, 10, 22, and then adding the conditions stated by staff.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 6 by removing conditions 5, 7, 8, 10, and 22 and adding the conditions stated by staff. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
And who seconded?
Commissioner Hill.
Hill.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Sorry. Okay. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes for docket item 6. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to docket item number 7, please.
All right, docket item number 7 is case number SUP 2022-00041. Request to approve a type 2 year-round short-term rental through the special use permit process on about 1/10 of an acre at 716 West 44th Terrace. Najma Muhammad is the staff planner.
Hey. Good afternoon. Before us, we have docket item number 7, KCDSUP 2022-41. Stated the applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit for a short-term rental due to their inability to attain 55% or more of the adjacent owner's consent. The applicant held their public engagement meeting on September 25th of 2022. The subject site is located in the Midtown Plaza area of the city. This is an aerial view of the subject site. The applicant would have had to have gotten at least, due to the adjacent owners, this signature, at least 55% of these signatures, if you can see my cursor here, and was not able to do so. These are the criteria of approving a special use permit. This is an option for applicants who are either unable to attain that 55% of adjacent owner consent or require a special use permit under another provision in the code. It is a part of staff's review to see if the applicant is already advertising or operating a short-term rental at the time of application to make a determination of how we move forward. It appeared that the applicant had advertised but had not hosted any stays and has since, or prior to applying, took their advertisement offline. So that could be for a number of different reasons why that was happening. They could have been testing out the system, see if their advertisement worked, a variety of things. So with that being said, staff did not see a reason to recommend denial since it was not, there are no code cases on the site related to operating a short-term rental. And they are not currently in operation as an illegal short-term rental. For that reason, staff recommends approval with conditions, our standard short-term rental conditions. I will state that staff received several letters of opposition from neighbors in our public engagement inbox, as well as my personal inbox and via snail mail after the submission of this staff report, and will be attached at the time prior to going before the Board of Zoning Adjustment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff? Okay, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Is the applicant available?
Yes, I am.
All right, anything you'd like to discuss about docket item 7?
Not necessarily. I'll keep it short. I'll just say that I appreciate Ms. Muhammad's assistance in following the process. I am a seasoned Airbnb operator with over 200 reviews, all of which are 5-star. And our other Airbnbs, which are in Prairie Village, Kansas, we've had no city or neighbor issues.
Can you talk about the operation and maintenance and security and how you go about your property here as a short-term rental?
Sure, no problem. We have several. We typically only use Airbnb as the only platform that we've used. We've had great success with it. We do not allow any more than 2 guests per bedroom. We have strict operating hours as far as quiet hours go. We do not allow any type of parties or gatherings. And we typically ask anybody that's renting the house what the purpose of their rental is. What we find is most people are just coming in from out of town, either to visit family or for work purposes.
How do you monitor all that?
I live in Prairie Village and my wife and I manage the properties, and we do a site visit between every renter.
So you're also the ones that maintain the site and take care of any security issues or anything?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Can you talk about the neighborhood opposition?
I think that we did have several neighbors that oppose a short-term rental. It appears that there is a short-term rental close by that the neighbors had mentioned that is not operating legally. The neighbors have said they've reported it to the city several times without any changes, and I think that was their biggest concern.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay. At this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. Anybody wishing to speak regarding docket item number 7, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature online and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber, but we have three people who have raised their hand on Zoom.
Okay.
Starting with Sharon Pendleton, who I'm promoting now.
Hello, this is
Hello.
Sharon Pendleton. I am a West Plaza resident for 16 years. I know this is not germane to his address, but I'd like to say that when there is a need to go beyond the immediate neighbors to get permission, there is a big problem. We have posted in the West Plaza area 30 signs that were requested by local people in West Plaza. And it says neighbors opposed to STRs in our community. Now, there's a reason for this. The city has a very dysfunctional way of allowing people, residents, to put a complaint in place. If it is given to 311 as a noise complaint, which is typical, it is almost automatically closed, because the next time an inspector goes over to see what the noise is about, the house may be empty. At 10 in the morning, the parties are over. This is a major flaw. And in our community, West Plaza, we have about 50 people who are adamant about this problem. And I think that Mr. Engel, maybe he's a very good owner, all the rest of it. But when you have a means of putting corporately owned properties into neighborhoods and hoping somebody will monitor them, you've got a real problem. Thanks. That's all I have to say about this particular issue in this location. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Jason Lakewa.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get out the video settings, but my name is Jason Lockway. I live at 720 West 44th Terrace. My partner and I own the property directly next to the proposed short-term rental. I'd like to share my screen with you, as I think I may have some issues with some privacy settings. If there's another person, I could go after them.
If you want to move on to the next person, that's Ken.
Okay. Yeah, we'll come back to you, Jason. Ken, are you available? Ken, as you take yourself off of mute, please state your full name and address for the record.
Am I off mute? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, my apologies, and thank you to the commission for hearing me. My name is Ken Pearson. I live at 700 West 44th Terrace. I'm right down the street from this proposed short-term rental. I'll start off by saying I'm shocked that the guy that just built our new community, my wife and I just moved in December 23rd of last year, is now launching an Airbnb right into the heart of our community. It's appalling. Also, to counter what he said, Prairie Village is not the plaza. The plaza is often used as a entertainment, and we're between both Westport and the plaza. Both of those areas are used as party and entertainment districts. This is not going to end well for our new community to have an STR right on this street. 44th Terrace is one way going from east to west. There is parking on only one side of the street. Right now, parking is difficult. I can't imagine. I'm assuming there's 2 or 3 bedrooms in this house. So that means, according to Mr. Engel's testimony, there'd be 4 to 6 people in there at a time, and maybe 4 to 6 additional cars. Part of our community association rules are, if you have a truck, you can't park it in a driveway. So there's people that need the on-street parking. So I am diametrically opposed to this. I've talked to many of the people in our community, and they feel the same way. We've sent in letters. I know others are on the way, I think, as your colleague just mentioned. And thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. George, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is George Haynes. My address is 732 West 44th Terrace. I'm 4 houses down from the proposed STR. Actually, a lot has been covered in the first 2 people that have spoken, but obviously due to the one-way street, also the nature of being able to not just find parking spaces, but also nighttime activity related to an STR, especially right in between the plaza and Westport, gives virtually all of the people on our street grave concern over this request. So just wanted to voice our opinion on that and show support to the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
Jason is back on now and he was able to share his screen and I just shut that down so you can.
Sorry about that. My apologies.
There he is. Okay.
My apologies. Yes, I am Jason Lockway. I live at 720 West 44th Terrace, the home right next to the proposed short-term rental. I think there's a few things that need to be stated and noted. Back in late 2018, St. Luke's Foundation announced a plan to revitalize and strengthen this Plaza Westport neighborhood. This group of 32 new homes was purposed to redevelop single-family homes while also maintaining the historic and residential character of this neighborhood. I think the map that we saw previously is quite outdated as it shows a lot of empty lots and there are now a lot of new homes here. A point of interest, James Engel Custom Homes was the sole builder of all 32 of these Plaza Heights homes. Jim is the owner of James Engel Custom Homes. He's also the owner of the proposed short-term rental. We believe that this Airbnb is contradictory to the vision of this neighborhood, a neighborhood that James Engel Custom Homes was instrumental in creating. This is a screen capture of that advertised listing on Airbnb. This is a map of our neighborhood. All of the dark rectangles are the newly developed or constructed homes. The blue image is the proposed location for that short-term rental, pretty much smack dab in the middle of this neighborhood. This map shows opposition by all of the neighbors or the neighbors within that area, all of them marked in red. There are 15 of them. I should note if there are no markings on this map, contact was not made with any of those property owners. We believe that criteria has not been met for various reasons because of the code listings, public convenience, not needed. There's numerous hotels in the Plaza and the Westport areas, significant impact on the general welfare of our community. I think we touched on this with the numerous 311 complaints. Incompatible with the character of the surrounding area. Our bylaws ban short-term rentals, and we believe this ban was put in place for the betterment of the entire neighborhood to limit unfamiliar guests, excessive noise, and traffic. Noise, located 2 blocks from the Plaza and Westport, 2 major entertainment districts. This property will attract groups looking to celebrate and party and is quite different from the neighborhood in Prairie Village. We also see on the listing that the property will allow pets, which raises additional noise concerns both day and night. Our home is 9.5 feet away from the proposed short-term rental. The short-term rental is 3 feet from the property line. The homes are close and the yards are small. Just a couple additional concerns, professional disruption. We work from home, including some evenings and weekends. The owner does not live in this neighborhood, and we believe it will be the responsibility of us as residents to police this property. Also, the loss of property value. So lastly, just want to say that we believe this to be in poor taste to place a short-term rental in this newly developed neighborhood solely for financial gain. But most importantly, we do not believe that this fits the intended vision of the neighborhood set forth by the St. Luke's Foundation, or that it adds anything to the neighborhood. As mentioned, there are over 10 notarized statements of opposition expressing concern for our neighborhood, and I hope you'll see that the vision set forth by the St. Luke's Foundation is working, as you now have a group of people who are invested and care about this neighborhood. Thank you.
And thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
No, no one else.
No, we removed the screen here. Stop sharing, please.
If you're able to do that for me, I'm not sure I can get it to end. Oh, got it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so at this time, we're going ahead and closing public testimony then. So back to you, applicant. Obviously, there's a lot of opposition with with the intent that this neighborhood was set up as a newer neighborhood or redevelopment, and you were part of that.
I own a company that does home building. That's correct.
I'm sorry?
I do own the company that built the homes.
Okay.
I certainly got a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just interested on the one-way street. How are you going to accommodate parking of the residents at the Airbnb?
That particular house has a very long driveway. And so our plan is to only allow 2 cars for the visitors that come and let them know that the cars need to be parked in the driveway.
Okay.
Okay, anything else, Commissioner Sadowski?
No, I just feel like I'm getting real weary of Airbnbs. We have the same conversations almost every commission meeting. So this is going to be a no for me. I feel like it's right down the street from a lot of hotel options, and it's really disruptive to the neighborhood. And it does kind of confound me a little bit that the homeowner or the home builder would have approached the St. Luke's Foundation and won the ability to build those homes and then not value the community that he helped create. So it's going to be a no for me.
Okay, anybody else?
It's gonna be a no for me too. I think we deal with people not getting 55% sign off on their neighbors, and a lot of that is it's a commercial building or kind of doesn't fit into the normal traditional 55% adjacent neighbors, but this one obviously does. And then there's also community opposition, and I always kind of go back to whether I would want to live next to an Airbnb. I'll live next to apartments, lots of different things, but this is one that I don't feel really fits with some of our residential neighborhoods. So I'll be a no.
Okay, anybody else? That kind of works. Okay, so I'll take a motion, please.
I move to deny case number 7, docket item number 7.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for denial of docket item number 7. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please? And remember, a yes vote, a yes vote would be that you're in favor of the denial, and a no vote would be something different.
Aye.
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion has passed as a denial for docket item number 7. We appreciate you bringing it in, and apologies for that.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to docket item number 8, please.
Docket item 8 is case number SUP 2022-00039. A request to approve a special use permit to allow type 2 short-term rental in District R 2.5 on about 1/10 of an acre at 4742 Jarbo. Jared Clements is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Give me one moment here to share my screen. Okay, so before us, we have docket item number 8. This is case number CD SUP 2022-00039. Okay, located at 4742 Jarbo Street, zoning district R-2.5. Applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for short-term rental operation. They also were not able to receive 55% of adjacent owner consent. They did hold their public engagement meeting on September 20th, 2022, and from what staff can tell, they are not currently advertising as an STR. It has recently come to staff's attention that the property appears to be arranged as a duplex. And I'll talk about that a little bit more towards the end of the presentation. So this is the location of the subject site in relation to the rest of the city. It's in the boundaries of the Midtown Plaza area plan. More specifically, it's on Jarboe Street, just north of West 48th Street. These are some of the key points of this request. As I said, staff was recently made aware that the property is potentially arranged as a duplex, though inspections will be necessary to verify that, and also some research into the permit history, because from what we could tell, it doesn't appear to have received a certificate of occupancy to be a duplex. That we were made aware of that after staff report creation. Staff has received numerous emails in opposition. A public comment document can be found attached to the case in Compass KC to look through those comments. Many of those came in after the staff report was created. As I mentioned earlier, there is no evidence of advertisement recently. If the commission chooses to approve this, the applicant must renew the SUP every 3 years, keep the registration up to date. Those are our typical STR SUP conditions. Staff recommendation is to continue to November 1st to allow for the inspection of the property by development compliance. Not only do we need to ensure that this is ever received a certificate of occupancy to be a duplex, they would also need to seek a second special use permit for the second unit if they wanted to have a STR, which it appears that they do from their application. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Is this a new house, new rebuild kind of thing? Or is it refurbished?
I am not sure. I saw a permit in our system from 2004 that listed it as single family. This is how the house appears to be today.
Okay. Any questions for city staff? Okay, let's welcome the applicant.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Ted Anderson. I'm with the real estate law firm, and we office at 6900 College Boulevard in Overland Park. Carrie Stronach is here with the ownership group too. I don't have a lot. I'm not sure if it's a duplex or not, which seems to be the question of the day. So maybe Carrie could answer that. We did public engagement for this property and this permit, and we went to the West Plaza Neighborhood Association meeting. We were there for an hour. We agreed that Mr. Stronach and I both agreed to join the West Plaza Neighborhood Association. We've done so. We've agreed to serve on their short-term rental permit committee, which they've formed. They voted at the end of their meeting to approve or support our permit application 2-1. So other than that, I don't have a lot to add. If you want to ask about operation management, Mr. Stronach could maybe step up to the mic and talk about
Yeah,
how
I
they're
think
going to operate.
that'd be worth knowing. Just you can come on up and sit down there and that. Yeah. I think the first question probably we need to answer is how's the residence working now? Is it a single family or is it a duplex?
It is configured for 2 units. The entrance to the second floor is on the back side of the property.
And there's no access from the first floor?
Actually, there is the front door. You walk in, there's a staircase that also goes up to the second floor.
Okay.
And that's how it was configured when we purchased it.
So it's an existing home that's been there a while. You just rehabbed it, refurbished, or
All we did is we made some minor repairs to it and have furnished it. Yeah.
Okay. So Jared, can you re-explain again what your issue is? Not seeing the certificate of occupancy. There's not one been issued on that site?
Yeah, it doesn't appear, the certificate of occupancy we have on file is for it to be arranged as a single family home. And the short-term rental permit was requesting for 2 units. That when we take through special use permits, we do a special use permit per unit. So it makes sense to staff to first verify that it's legally arranged as a duplex, and after that, take through 2 special use permits as companion cases.
He's saying it appears to be a duplex, both physically and looking at it, but also because of the application, but the C of O on the property is for single family. So we need
Okay.
to make sure before you take any action to approve it, that it's a legal duplex and meets building code.
Does that make sense?
It does. Yep.
Are you wanting it to be duplex or 2?
Yeah, we want to be able to rent it as 2 different units. When we purchased it, there were 2 renters in it, the top and the bottom, long-term renters. Yep.
Okay. So it sounds like we need to have a continuance of this to get that sorted out. And if you've got approval from the west side or the neighborhood, I would suggest getting a letter for that as well. Okay. Okay, so is November 1st enough time?
I would think so. I don't know if we have any members of development compliance here today. It's not typical that we request for them to come to these meetings. Joe might have a better understanding of their, ability to
Well, let me
inspect.
say this is enough time to get to the bottom of things. If they need to get a new certificate of occupancy and have to make physical changes to the building to comply, obviously that wouldn't be enough time, but it would be enough time for us to figure out what they need to do.
Okay.
And report back to you guys.
Let's do that.
Can I ask whether we could do any public testimony today? I'm just thinking if there's people that have been online all day, are we able to take that today?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All right, let's do that. So if there's anybody from the public that would like to speak regarding docket item number 8, please come forward. Or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
I don't think Miss Jensen wants to testify on this. So no one in the chamber, but there was Sharon Pendleton on Zoom who'd raised her hand.
Okay. She been promoted?
She has been. She just needs to unmute.
Okay. Hi, Sharon. As you come off mute, can you please state your name and address again for the record?
Hello? Can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. Sharon Pendleton. I live at 4743 Jarbo. I'm a direct neighbor to this property. It has been occupied an upper and a lower unit since I've been here. I've been here 16 years. And I must tell you that the narrative about a meeting held with the West Plaza Neighborhood Association is about half true. The fact of the matter is that the West Plaza Neighborhood Association is conducting these meetings, if you want to call them meetings, by a woman who owns 8 STRs in the area, and she shuts down any discussion of this. Both Mr. Ted Anderson and his colleague were present when she began to parse how you could vote. People were told they could not vote if they did not have a current neighborhood association dues paid. Now, there's something really wrong because I know we have by far more people opposed to STRs in West Plaza. And when you get a neighborhood association that has been given the power to shut people down, and this is what's going on, you have a real problem. And the city's going to become complicit in this if they let this continue. These people are out-of-state owners. I don't care if they have an apartment someplace. They are corporate owners. They are in here to make their own income sheltered by federal law. These STRs are a federal subsidy for this kind of thing, and Kansas City is very vulnerable to it. I'm not going to go very far with that, but if you want to look into it, you'll see what I mean. They can depreciate a house, and they paid a large sum of money for this particular property, and they can depreciate that over 5 years. 5 years. Now that really helps their income flow. They may be people that earn 500,000 a year, and they can knock off. This was, I think they paid 250 for this house. I'm sure they claim they have 400,000 in it. And in 5 years, that's $95,000 a year off their own income. This is a problem. This is a big problem. I want the city to understand what's happening to these neighborhoods. These are corporate seizures of property. They may pay for them, but there's all kinds of hoodwinking going on here, and it needs to be looked at. I hope our coming audit will show what I think it's going to show, which is they've got about 10%, maybe 9% of all STRs in our neighborhood, even showing the desire for an application. These people have been operating since last fall. They are not permitted today. The only reason they're permitted or even trying to get a permit is because there is an audit going on. That's very blunt, but very true. And I never received previously, they claim there was an attempt previously. I've lived here 16 years, never received a notice. I'm a retired architect, so I know what's going on with this stuff. And I'm very unhappy with the fact we cannot have a voice. We have it here. I hope you will deny their permit even after they get their stuff together to show they've got a duplex. They're going to need 2 applications. I will be here to try to stall or deny those applications, and I can bring 50 people along with me. I've got lots of people that are concerned about this. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
There's one other person named Alex who's been promoted.
Okay.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, Alex. Can you state your full name and address for the record, please?
Certainly. Full name is Alexander Kish. I reside at 807 West 48th Street in Kansas City, Missouri. I am a resident of West Plaza and a voting member of the Neighborhood Association. To piggyback off of what the previous caller had stated, I just want to make my statement here related to a couple of comments about the public hearing meeting that took place on September 20th, where it was stated that there was overwhelming support for both of these special use permits. Per the special use permit process, all public engagement meetings must be held and hosted by the West Plaza Neighborhood Association. The association has publicly stated that they are in support for short-term rentals. West Plaza Neighborhood Association requires neighbors to sign up to become a member and pay a membership fee of $15 in order to have a voice on topics such as STRs. Those that are not members are excluded from any contribution surrounding neighborhood preservation. This leads to a false impression that there is overwhelming support for short-term rentals in the West Plaza neighborhood, as distinct from the West Plaza Neighborhood Association. Additionally, I would also like to mention that we do have roughly 30 signs out in West Plaza opposing short-term rentals. And furthermore, those attending the meeting that took place on September 20th were actually excluded from that voting that took place. So we never really know the true support for this. For the record, I am opposed to short-term rentals and wish to have these permits denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
That's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. And so I think we're still looking to continue the case. So we've got an established quorum for the next meeting or next time.
And I would suggest to your suggestion that there should be a letter of support from the neighborhood.
Okay.
Just to back up your statement.
I'll take a motion, please.
I move to continue docket item 8 to November 1st without P.
Okay.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second to continue docket item number 8 to November 1st without a fee. to allow time for the applicant then to determine whether it's a single or a duplex. If it is a duplex, have the application filled out and city to have a chance to look it over, inspect it. Make sense? Is that what you meant by your motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a roll call on the motion, please.
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Crowe,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
All right, looks like motion passes for continuance to November 1st. All right, ready for docket item number 9, please.
Case number SUP 2022-00038. Request to approve a special use permit to allow a type 2 short-term rental in District R 2.5 on about 1/10 of an acre at 4412 Terrace. Jared Clements is the staff planner.
All righty. Before us, we have docket item number 9. This is case number CD SUP 2022-00038, located at 4412 Terrace Street, zoning district R-2.5. Applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for a short-term rental operation for failure to obtain 55% of adjacent owners. They did hold their public engagement meeting on September 20th, 2022. Staff was made aware as of Friday, September 30th, they were still advertising as a STR on Airbnb. Since September 30th, they appear to have taken the ad down. But I was given a link to the Airbnb ad and could book a room. So this is the location of the subject site in relation to the rest of the cities. It's within the boundaries of the Midtown Plaza area plan. More specifically, it's on Terrace Street, just south of West 44th Street. Our applicants are made aware in the pre-application meeting for special use permits that it is necessary to cease advertisements and operations as short-term rentals. As mentioned, they were advertising as a short-term rental on Airbnb as recently as Friday, September 30th. Staff has received numerous emails in opposition to this short-term rental. Public comment document can be found attached in Compass KC. The applicant must, if the CPC chooses to recommend approval of this case, the associated conditions are the typical short-term rental conditions. Because of the recent discovery of the advertisement on Airbnb and the continued operations during that special use permit process, staff recommends denial of this short-term rental special use permit. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff on docket item number 9? All right, seeing none. Welcome applicant again. Anything you'd like to add for this docket item number 9?
Mr. Chair, Ted Anderson with a real estate law firm, 6900 College Boulevard, Overland Park, Kansas. We took this permit through the same meeting process and all that as the other permit application. So we discussed this at the same meeting at the West Plaza Neighborhood Association. The neighbors voted, the neighborhood association members voted 14-7 to approve this, to support this permit application. I think what Ms. Pendleton was talking about, the neighborhood association took 2 votes. One was with neighborhood association members, and the second vote was with everybody in attendance at the meeting. And so Ms. Pendleton and Alex had 4 people there, and they all voted against it. So that made the vote 14-11 for everybody in attendance. I don't have a lot to add to the staff report. This is a nice, tidy little house, and they've kept it well. They are responsible owners. And I'd like for Mr. Stronach to tell you how they're going to operate if you approve the permit.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to hear more about your operations and how you maintain, provide security, rent it out. What's your proposal for all of that? Especially within this neighborhood that's fairly active and will be watching, so to speak. Like to hear about that?
Sure. So just a point of clarification, I am not one of the owners of this property. I'm representing them. And they have engaged me to provide local support. I do live here, born and raised in Kansas City, and also live in Leawood right now, and office out of Lee Summit, Missouri. So the management policies around this property are kind of centered upon holding themselves up to a very high standard relative to having a positive impact on the neighbors and the neighborhood. No parties are allowed, no pets are allowed. The commitment is that only out of town renters would be using the property. That's because it's the local folks that tend to have parties when they rent short-term rentals. And so they're targeting business travelers and families. There is a instituted policy of a quiet period from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. When they do take on renters, the renters are rated by these listing sites, and we would only consider renters with 4+ out of 5-star ratings. Cameras are going to be put on the front door and the back door. That is to be able to monitor how many people are going into the house and make sure that there's not over occupancy in that regard. Also allows us to monitor noise on the exterior. There is a long driveway that can hold up to 4 cars off street, so there won't be additional crowding on the streets from parking point of view. There's a commitment for no deferred maintenance on the exterior to keep the landscaping and the lawns nice and tidy. And again, be actively involved in the West Plaza Neighborhood Association to try to have a positive impact around how to create regulations for short-term rentals and what those standards should be.
Yeah. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Commissioner Sadowski?
No, not at this time.
Okay, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 9, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
No one in the chamber, but Miss Pendleton has raised her hand again and she's been promoted.
Okay. Hi, Ms. Pendleton, as you come off mute, if you don't mind stating your name one more time for the record and address.
Sorry, Sharon Pendleton. I live on Jarbo Street at 4743 Jarbo in West Plaza. Although I'm not a neighbor to this particular unit, I want you to know that this same scenario was present on Jarbo. It's owned by the same people and run, they're in front of you now. They did continue to rent the Jarbo Street property until September 25th, even though the house was posted for a hearing, which I think belongs to a no entry format. Now, what's going on over on Terrace is not as germane to me as the fact that these are the same owners. They are corporate owners. I don't care if they live in Lee Summit, they're corporate. And they don't have the same compliance that others do if they live in the neighborhood. I really object to the fact that you get 2 men sitting there talking about being voted in by our neighborhood association simply because, and they were 2 of the votes. They had to take out a membership in order to vote that night. We've got a problem here. I wish you folks would stay any further applications until the audit at least comes out and we can take a look at what is going on in West Plaza. it's going to be an eye opener. And I think this commission needs to be aware of that. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Joe? Okay. All right, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close any public testimony. Anything else you'd like to add before we make a vote on this?
I think the only reference I'd like to bring up is that the renters that went into the property that was made reference by Mrs. Pendleton, those were prior bookings and there was communication, but to remove it from the listing on Airbnb, and it didn't happen, I'll admit, but that was a drop ball.
Okay. All right, this time we'll go ahead and close testimony. Any discussion amongst the commissioners?
I'm not gonna be in favor of this. I think Miss Pendleton's right. I think there's gonna be I think we're gonna find out West Plaza is like half short-term rentals, something ridiculous. And it's not good planning. It's not, there's gonna be other neighborhoods too. I think West Side might join them. But it's just, and this is not necessarily specifically for this case, but it just feels like we're short-term renting everything. And you gotta have people that live here. And so because they didn't get 55% adjacent property owners, I think that's a big red flag, in addition to more opposition. And in addition to the context of how many short-term rentals are probably going to show up on that audit, that in addition to what currently is accounted for today, I'll be voting for denial.
I think I also need to just go back and look at what we put forth for short-term rentals. So just to ensure that it is meeting with the desires of the neighborhood. I feel a certain way because I travel a lot and I use Airbnbs and I love when they're in the neighborhood. I feel more safe, but I also understand that if you live next to one that is not highly regulated, that has not, the owners have not reached out and built a partnership with the neighborhood, it can become quite a nuisance. And we've seen a lot of those cases here. So it's going to be a no for me on this one.
I'll be voting no on this as well.
Okay, Mr. Rojas, any comments?
None.
Okay, Commissioner Sadowski, any comments?
No, same concerns as previous and what is already brought up. So no.
Okay.
I'll move to deny docket item 9.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for denial of docket item number 9. And just a reminder, a yes vote is in favor of that and a no vote is not.
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
Hey,
Hill. Oh, now you confuse me. Yes.
Okay. Now I'm getting confused. Rojas
aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so the vote is 5-1
5-1.
For denial of the special use permit. So thank you for bringing it in and good luck.
Thank you for your time.
This is special permit. 2 years or 5?
Okay. So we're
Well,
moving past 10 and 11, so we're ready for docket item number 12, please. And I'm out. Yeah, I'm out again on this one.
Case number CPC 2022-00137. A request to approve a rezoning to District MPD Master Plan Development from Districts R0.5, B4-5, and B3-2, and approving a preliminary development plan, which also acts as a preliminary plat for 179 units on about 26 acres at the northeast corner of 48th and Interstate 435. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner.
Hey, docket item number 12 today is a rezoning to MPD for the Redwood at Gracemore project. The site is generally located in the Northland, just east of I-435 and north of Worlds of Fun. Zooming in, you can see, oh, sorry, not there yet. This is just an aerial of the site. It does include these multiple zonings, but it is one property. And it's adjacent to the Gracemore Randolph neighborhood, and it is approximately 25 acres. And then zooming out, you can see Worlds of Fun is to the south here. And then to the east, past the neighborhood, there is a large undeveloped area. This is the location of a recently approved Hunt Midwest project. And because of the scope of the Hunt Midwest project, there is a capital improvement plan for Northeast 48th Street, which borders the southern edge of this property here. So there are some changes coming into this area. This is the proposed site plan for the project. It should look familiar. This is Redwood's fourth project in the city now. And just to remind you, these are rental multiplex and duplex buildings. This project contains a total of 179 units. Each unit has a garage or has garage access in addition to extra off-street parking spaces that are provided for visitors. The site has one point of access down on Northeast 48th Street, and then all internal roads will be private. To the north, there is a stub street, which Redwood is connecting to. However, there will be a gate there. And so this access, north access, will only be used for emergency vehicles to access. And then there are two other stub streets from the neighborhood touching this site. And staff has, let's see, sorry, the northeast stub. Staff has requested the applicant to vacate this stub street in order to provide just a pedestrian connection rather than having it be a private drive with another gate for emergency access. That didn't seem very reasonable for these stubs. And then staff is also asking that the applicant seek a waiver to the required street connection for this southern stub. It's very close to the entrance of their site. And so staff would be supportive of this waiver as it would be sort of redundant to the street pattern that's happening here and wouldn't really serve to enhance the circulation between the neighborhood and this proposed development. And then this is a close-up version of that pedestrian connection that I mentioned. This revision to the plan was sent after the staff report was submitted. So there is a condition that I'll be requesting be added to this project. And then here's a landscape plan. It shows there will be trees added back in on the edge areas, street trees provided on Northeast 48th Street. This is a very interesting topography. It's vegetated, so it really will just need to be largely graded in order to provide everything that's shown here on the site plan. And then just to remind you, there is an MPD final plan that's required, so it will come before you all again, and staff will be reviewing details, including the landscape plan again. These next few slides are the elevations of the building, which again, you've seen these before. These are the same building types. They all have, there's a couple different names depending on how many units and the layouts, and then the renderings of those. And then lastly, I just have a couple of street view images. This is the southwestern part of the property. So as you would be coming off 435 and turning onto Northeast 48th, this would be what you see first. And then as you drive down the street, you would see the eastern portion. And so you can see it's very sloping. And then off in the corner here where my cursor is, this is where that stub street is, that we are asking the applicant to request a waiver to connecting. Again, there's going to be an entrance about right here, so it doesn't really make sense to have these two access points. And then this is a view of that northern stub street where the pedestrian connection will be. So this will be vacated. It'll be privately owned, won't be maintained by the city, and it'll serve as that connection between the neighborhoods. So staff is requesting that the commission add this condition, that the developer will submit those revised plans showing the pedestrian connection to Northeast 50th Street rather than that private drive that was proposed prior to the ordinance request. And then staff recommends approval with conditions, including that additional condition. And I can take any questions, and I believe the Redwood team is all on Zoom today.
Are there any questions from commissioners to staff?
There's no streams on parcel viewer, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. It looked funny on Google Maps. It looked like there's a stream running, or an old stream maybe. Okay. And so the main thing is everything looks good except for the pedestrian connection, then the waiver for the different street connection, the 48th Street, right?
Yeah, just mostly cleaning up. I mean, those stubs were there obviously with the intention of, expanding the grid. But Redwood, they typically do all internal private drives. Their communities are not like totally sectioned off. Obviously, they want to do that, but they typically don't do public street connections. And so this was our remedy as to how to integrate with the existing neighborhood there.
And maybe it's just for questions for them, so I'll wait.
All right, let's welcome the applicant. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Allie Karolzak. I'm at 7007 East Pleasant Valley, and that's Independence, Ohio, 44131. My title is Director of Acquisitions. I'm overseeing this project for Redwood. I know you guys are all pretty familiar with us at this point, so happy to go into anything, but if there's any questions you want to dive into, I think Genevieve gave a good overview of what we're doing.
My first question is, are you in agreement with the additional condition that was added around cleaning up the stub streets?
Yeah, so we've been talking with Genevieve. We're on board. We're trying to figure that out. I know our team's been working. This came up during our DRC meeting. We've been working with our legal team, working with staff. So we're happy to keep working on whatever the answer is for this with vacating or seeking a waiver. We've been working really well with KCMO, so we're happy to pursue that.
I guess the one question is, are you guys planning on kind of some buffer for the interstate other than vegetation?
No, that would just vegetation.
And I don't know if I want to steal Commissioner Hollander's thunder, but have you thought are you going to include green infrastructure on the detention pond or some green infrastructure project plan?
I guess I don't quite understand the question.
You have the 2 detention ponds, and we've been pushing for more green infrastructure, and Commissioner Hollander can talk more to
constructed wetlands or something that's more than just a detention pond is what we're looking for.
We have not talked at all about doing that. I know in the past we have been kind of concerned about some green infrastructure items. We've gone back and forth and looking into them and just what that would mean for us. We're happy if that's something that we want to, if that's something you would like us to look more into, we're happy to discuss it. it's not something that we are currently looking at.
I think we'd like to put a condition in that you evaluate it prior to the final plat coming back to us.
Would you, would it be acceptable to say at the time of the MPD final plan, since it will come before you again, and you can say,
yep,
this
And
looks
we'd-
good, or try again?
Yep.
Okay.
I would be okay with that if other commissioners are okay with that.
Commissioner Sandowski, are there any other questions for the applicant?
I don't think so. I don't think I have any questions.
We'll close this portion and open up public testimony. So is there anyone online that wish to speak on this docket item number 12?
No one online has raised their hand to speak, and I don't believe there's anyone in the chamber either.
Thank you. All right, well, we will close public testimony and open it back up to any discussion from the commission. I'll call for a motion.
I have a comment, which is I feel like I'm just a little confused on these build to rent concepts. I feel like on paper it seems fine. It's a lot lower density than I'd like. But it seems fine, but it really just isn't building wealth for our communities. This is money that is going out to other communities, and a project of this low density is really resource intensive. So it's going to be a no for me. I've never quite understood the value of this for our community versus offering more opportunities for people to build wealth in these same neighborhoods. I would rather see a by owner concept.
A motion?
Um,
Docket item 12.
I move to approve docket item 12 with conditions, with the added condition from staff, and then an additional condition to evaluate green infrastructure options prior to the MPD final plan.
Second.
All right, Lisa, it's been properly moved in second. Will you call the roll, please? Might be on mute, Lisa. We can't hear you.
I was making a note of what they were saying. Yeah, got it. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
No.
You, the motion has passed. Good luck on your project.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Okay, so from this morning's testimony within our consent agenda items, we decided to pull one out and put it at the end of the agenda just to have time to take a look at it, and that's docket item C4. So here we are. I think it's already open. Do you need to reopen it again?
No. If you
Is there
already called
a
it.
presentation? Do we already have that?
Genevieve, I don't think you had a full presentation for this. You just verbally had some explanation to provide.
That's correct.
Right.
And if there's any other questions, I can help answer those.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to talk about it for a second.
Would you like,
This
if
is-
you would like me to, I could talk through it again.
This is C4, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Is Travis Kiefer still online? Mr. Rex Winkle?
Yes,
ma'am.
Okay. So I've had Patricia Jensen with Ross Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. And Mike Watson is with me. And this is for the Autumn Apartments, which is at 85th Terrace, East 85th Terrace and North Main Street. The one issue, there's only really one issue that's holding this up and was the reason for the recommendation of continuance. And that is because Water Services has decided that they would like to discuss some of the storm drainage with our client prior to, and that was the reason for the continuance. in my mind, there's no reason that that can't take place prior to building permit. We can resolve everything. We've got our engineering team here that has studied the site and has proposed the detention basin where it is, and has done the calculations to know that the water can be taken care of. That is the sole condition. We agree with all the conditions in your staff report. And we would request that you hear this case because of that. We believe that the issue that arose late last week, because on Wednesday, keep in mind, my client and his team had an email from Genevieve saying everything was approved. And then on Friday of last week, all of a sudden, no, everything wasn't approved, or we need to discuss this one additional item and we're going to continue you a month and we're going to charge you a continuance fee due to our request for a continuance. So we would request we move forward on it and you just add a condition to the conditions that are listed in Genevieve's report, stating that we need to work with water services and planning on the storm drainage issue. And Mike can provide any additional comments.
Yeah, we're not trying to be difficult here today. I feel like this is an issue that we easily and regularly deal with prior to a building permit. And it was our hope that planning and water could be on the same page of just simply making this a building permit issue, as it is in many cases on many projects. I am completely committed to coming to whatever solution is required by water for the drainage facility that's needed there. That's not an issue for us. So my hope is that water and planning can state, hey, we can make that a condition. If everybody feels good about that, we'd like to proceed.
Yeah, I think that's why we're here, is to proceed on this particular case and see if we can hear everything, because we pulled it from the consent agenda just to have this discussion about it. So I'm kind of saying that we can do that. And this looks like it's adjacent to the other apartments that you've already presented, with one of them that was approved through consent and the other one that was
Denied.
I'm sorry, denied. Simply because of layout and the site plan. So this one looks to be on the southeast corner of 85th and North Main, in that same vicinity.
I can give you, I've got a PowerPoint prepared if somebody can get this pulled up, because I don't know
Yeah.
what button to push on this screen.
Mr. Commissioner, this is Travis Kiefer with Casey Water. Before you do that, it's really beyond just adding a condition in before the building permit, because the way this is configured with taking public water in that basin, this really needs to be a platted tract where the detention basin is, which would be a different application than what you have before you today. So they would not be in a position of simply going to building permits. This needs, you got public water running in that basin, and then you have these unanswered questions about where, where's the water go from there? And that information needs to be resolved. If you want to hold this until the next meeting, maybe some of those answers can be accomplished before the next city planning commission meeting, but they will not be accomplished today.
Okay. When you say public water, you're still talking about the stormwater, or is there?
That is correct. Stormwater.
Right through the proposed center of the detention pond. Is that, I don't know what that is.
Our engineer is here to address everything.
Have a look at this.
Would you like to look at our PowerPoint presentation?
You just show the site plan. I think that's what's.
You saw many of these pictures today earlier, so.
The way to blow that up.
What did you ask me to do?
Go back, because that's showing the landscape. So you need to go back.
There.
Maybe to that one. Yeah.
This is the detention pond.
It's right here. It's this
big oval right there. There's,
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
The building is down here along the south side of the property.
Lance Scott, CFS Engineers, 1421 East 104th Street, Suite 100, Kansas City, Missouri. We're the engineer on the project. And I guess this kind of, in response to Travis, I mean, we have other options if the city chooses that they do not want the detention in that storm drainage easement, we can make the detention underground. And it can be worked out either way. Again, I don't know that in the next 2 weeks, it's going to happen either way, but it can definitely happen, that building permit. So, I mean, we're fully confident that this will work. I mean, the site will work, whether it's underground or it's in this drainage easement, either way.
I think what he's saying though is all the stormwater generated from the side that's going to the pond, but there's nothing going out of the pond. That's his concern that he has.
Well, and that, Mr. Chairman, you have water from the northwest side of this site. You basically have close to 10 acres draining into this. And so that's what needs to be addressed. So you have a public water going back to the stormwater runoff issue. So whether you make it underground or whether you make it an open detention like what they're showing here, it's the wrong vehicle moving forward, in that you need to plat that as a tract, and that would be covered by a covenant to maintain. And then we can get into the specifics about, where's it discharging to and how much of this discharge structure is going to be public versus private and that sort of thing. But these are specific items that need to be worked out before they move forward. That's not something you're going to just work out and say, well, we're just going to move to building permits.
Yeah.
I think, Mr. Chairman and Travis, I mean, the response to that, this is a project plan. If there's going to be a condition that we've got to plat 2 different tracts, that's one tract and one lot, that's a different issue. That could be added as a condition.
Yeah, I mean, this should be coming in as a development plan, serving as a preliminary plat then. So that stormwater information is shown up front. It's the wrong plan at the wrong time before a commission.
You can do a project plan and still have to plat.
Yes, you can, but you cannot go to building permits because that's going to be subject to the platting.
I understand that. I said you could add a condition that this gets resolved through a platting process.
With no building permits issued until the plats are filed.
Yeah, I mean, we understand that.
We have to have resolution on the basin where, what's coming in, what's being routed to this versus what's going out. And again, delineating public versus private. And that is done with a preliminary plat. You show your stormwater management on the preliminary plat.
Yeah, I totally get what he says. I mean, there's other lots from outside of this one that have their stormwater management going into a system and discharging into this lot. And so that needs to be collected and moved around your detention pond or whatever, plus whatever you put in your detention pond, then combined with it. There's too many things going on.
But there's already a drainage easement through the site. So there's already a public drainage easement that's going through the site. So if the problem is having the
now you're going to put a
detention,
detention pond on top of that.
well, we don't have, we can move the detention basin underneath the pavement. That's the issue. Right. So we can make this work.
It was a little surprising to find out about this so late. We've had this in front of the city since June 2nd. We went to the preliminary application meeting and water was present back then.
Yeah, but this is a comment that comes from the Land Development Division, not Casey Water. we're there for assistance to Casey Water.
Well, it's being attributed to you, Travis, so.
And I'm here to respond.
There should be, and I understand that Mike and his team had many emails to you between June 2nd and today and never received a response. There should be no
Not
reason.
regarding the storm, no.
I don't want to get into he said,
No.
she said kind of,
There-
and I think that's what the issue is the fact that we just need to have it right as before it moves forward.
There should be no reason we can't add a condition that says we go through a plating process.
I have a clarifying question. Travis, do you feel like, I mean, as it's being described by the applicant, it sounds like things could be rearranged with very little change to the layout of building, parking, impervious surface, etc. Do you feel like what we're dealing with this macro stormwater issue is going to change the design and layout of the site? Or do you think it's just a matter of replatting that area?
Well, we don't know because there's unknowns as far as where the water's going once it leaves the basin.
Okay.
And that's some of the issues we hope to get resolved in this period between now and whenever this comes back to the commission.
I mean, I guess maybe I'm not understanding all the repercussions, but my thought is if we put a condition that says that they replat according to the concerns that you have, and that has to occur before building permit, I guess it takes the risk, they take on the risk that the layout of the site might need to adjust in the meantime. And maybe they have to come back to us as a result. But I think if I'm understanding it correctly, it sounds fine to me.
That's kind of my understanding. I mean, unless the principal structure is moved, right? Like, I don't have anything to contribute on the stormwater issue. So I don't know. I don't know the legal aspect of it, but I mean,
What I'm struggling with is what the other implications are. I think we're seeing it through one lens. What are the other property? I think that needs further discussion and seeing whether it actually, and I don't think it's maybe just, we'll put it underground. There's a whole expense there that would affect the developer as well. So I would like some further discussion. The water department seems very uncomfortable about it right now. And my view is we should get this somewhat sorted out so we understand the implication, just versus putting another condition on it. That's my view. I can't tell today whether that condition is going to have an influence or not. And I think the water department seems to be very uncomfortable. So I've got to go with Travis here on, if he's uncomfortable with it, I'm certainly uncomfortable with it. That's my opinion anyway.
Mr. Chair, may I offer an alternative option for the commission to continue this case to the Mr. Rexwinkle permitting to the next CPC hearing without fee, as staff is recommending this. You do have some options in terms of the date and taking away the fee, of course. I'm not up there.
I'm open to
I have no issue with doing that as an alternative. Others on the commission feel that's best.
I was certainly going to suggest we drop the fee. It was late notice. There's no reason why we should be charging that fee. But I think we need to sort it out and understand the implications. So I'd be for continuance. But how long do we think it's going to take?
It's only 2 weeks from today is what's being suggested.
Our team will make themselves available. So, right. Yeah.
Sorry, I think it comes down to whether the commission agrees that you can condition the plat requirement or you want them to file a plat application to review in concert with this. If you want them to do the second of those two options, then we'll have to continue it again. If you agree that you can condition something, then there's no reason to continue it at all.
Yeah, to me, I understand what Travis is saying, but it's a stormwater issue. It's an engineering issue that they can work out with staff as they move forward with the next pieces. And it can't go to the building permit or the plating until that's figured out. So figure that out outside of this board here.
And we bear the risk that the site layout is going to change so much that we have to come back for another project plan approval. We're willing to bear that risk.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask, so I want to work that issue out first, because I'm going to ask about site layout. Is that, no, I want to work out the issue first. I heard a couple people want to continue to the next meeting to try to get this figured out, but it's really something that the applicant can work out with staff, and it just delays when they actually submit it for permitting, really, until they get that issue worked out. How does that affect us? We're working on land use, not the stormwater management.
It doesn't, but
yeah,
if it changes the layout, I'm just concerned on whatever I'm not seeing right now. And that's, I'm trying to look at the bigger picture. If there's a bigger stormwater management issue that we've got here. Site.
It's a matter of routing the existing public water around the site and then adding to it the local private water. How do you get those two around the site itself? And that's,
well, one way or the other, it's going to probably delay the project, even if we continue.
yeah, either you delay it here, or you delay it as they work with the staff to figure that out. And I'm sure they'll figure it out in some way. I have confidence in Travis that they can do that from the city standpoint, and confidence in these guys, they can work with them and get it figured out as well.
Does that work for Travis?
I don't know if it's Travis directly, if it's through water services or land development. I think there's been some changing in that, but
it's both entities. Land development, we'll be working with land development.
Yeah.
Does that plan forward work for you, Travis?
Yeah, I've heard several different options here. So what is the option that we're looking at?
Adding the condition, Travis.
Yeah, if we add the condition, I guess we need to make sure that we're specifying that, that no building permits will be issued until the preliminary and the final plat application is in. That would be in keeping with the development code.
Okay. Do you understand that to make the right
I think
statement
so.
on the condition?
Yeah, Travis, let me just confirm that we're saying the final plat, which includes the preliminary and then the final is last, be recorded prior to the building permit?
No, they can actually pull at-risk building permits once the final plat is filed, once the application is made. But those are at-risk building permits. But we need to get to that point. So we need to see the information that would have been required and would have been submitted on a preliminary plat from a stormwater management standpoint.
Seems like a lot. Do you understand what
Yes.
that would be and what the condition would state? Can you repeat that?
Let's make sure we're on the same page. Okay, so we're saying that the final plat must be submitted prior to building permit.
Preliminary plat and final plat must be submitted prior to building permit.
Okay, well, obviously the preliminary plat will, because you can't have final plat without the preliminary.
You okay with that, Travis?
That works for me.
Okay. All right, so we got that issue figured out. Next, I just have a question on the actual site layout itself. Here we are with, to the east of here, we've got storage sheds. To the south, we've got the back end of a
Commercial.
dealership. To the west of here, we're looking at putting in other apartments and have asked on one that was denied earlier for it to face Main Street. But this one, I mean, it has the back. So I'm just curious on the orientation, why it's sitting at the south end instead of rotated 90 to be along Main Street, similar to the first one that we had. I totally get that there's an existing easement for stormwater, but we're already looking at relocating that or do something with that in some manner. Just make this site.
That's the whole reason is the drainage easement.
Okay.
We're not planning on moving the drainage easement. We're just planning on, I guess, addressing it by a plat to who's maintaining the drainage easement with the public water.
Yeah. This is a very complex little area of the Northland, given everything that's changed with Metro North Mall. This area here these apartments are going in has been, nothing's ever happened or even planned to happen there and forever since I've lived in the Northland, pushing 30 years now. Man, I'm getting old. But it's coming to life. Everything is working. It's feel like it's a compliment to Metro North Mall. It's a compliment to Berry Road and what's going on down there. So just want to make sure we get the orientation set. So
If I could address that, we struggled for several months on this site. We've got a fun little plan we're trying here with workforce housing. We're serious about bringing that here to Kansas City. And I labored over these 3 sites for months before we even made an offer. And one of the reasons was this site, the seller, who we esteem highly and feel very good about and love our relationship, basically stated that we couldn't buy the other 2 sites unless we bought this 3rd site. So this site was kind of the heavy burden that came with the other part of the project. And if you were to look at my projects across the country that we're doing, we love orienting our buildings differently unless there's a legitimate reason why we can't. And that storm drain facility there for me is a reason not to rotate that building. I've been around storm drains. We don't want buildings anywhere near proximity to buildings. And if you rotate that building north and south, or even put it on the front of the building, if that didn't have a storm drain there, I'd have a building there or there because this is a self-contained site. So really, I feel handcuffed as a developer. It's not my preference. It's not what I want. There's no other real option for me, given the long-term financial and liability concerns of having a building that size in proximity to a detention facility, whether it's moved all the way to the north of the lot or not.
Yeah, and that's for me, it's just a personal thing. And I'm not a designer by any means. It's just when you come into a site and the first thing you see is a big hole, that's I don't like that. But that's just me. And I totally get the fundamentals of what you need to do there and why that works at this particular site.
Well, there won't be a big hole. I'm not sure what you're referring to. This is going to be, we'll put this underground. This will be a grade.
This one's
will be
supposed to be underground?
The detention facility. It's our intention to pipe it.
The detention, I mean, according to your submittal, it's going to be a pond. It's a detention facility. It's not an underground.
Can you pull
facility.
that site plan back up?
Yeah, I just want to, Chairman Crowell, I know you know this area as well as I know this area. This is a hidden area by Metro North Mall. But we do have a large parking lot, which is cars that have been crashed that are waiting for body work. And then the storage facility on the other side of us. Let me get to
Yeah,
there.
yeah, so like,
Oh, the easement you can see goes all the way across here. So it's too hard. I mean, we can't really turn it.
So there will be an open detention basin in that corner, but it'll be landscaped and screened and it's not a very deep basin either. It won't look like a big hole. It'll look like a landscaped area that'll have a bunch of water when it rains.
And it will have native plantings.
Hope so.
I'm addressing your issue.
it's 7-8 foot deep. According to the contours. But that's kind of a big hole.
Yeah, that's how deep it is now, right? That's the existing depth of the ditch that goes through there now, but now it'll be cleaned up and landscaped. So. Yeah, or like I said, there's the other option to leave it and put the detention underground if we need to work that out.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? Any questions from the commission?
I just had a clarifying question. If some of this is coming off site and there's some remediation that needs to be done with that water coming off site, is the city providing funds for that remediation? Is the city actively involved in that process?
No.
Okay. My point was just to say if the city was providing some level of remediation on the site due to the fact that it was a more macro storm issue, I think it would lend itself to a more innovative green infrastructure project. But I don't necessarily want to put that to the applicant. I'm thinking more in terms of the city.
I would think it would lend itself, if it's going to be an above ground pond or detention basin, it would lend itself to green infrastructure in any case, whether the city was doing it or not. Especially the size of it. And you want to screen it. So I think, and I heard the applicant say that they would be certainly looking at green infrastructure, or they're going to bury it, one of the two. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
And Commissioner Allender, there is a condition in the staff report number 5 that the developer shall plant native seed mix in the drainage basin area.
Okay. We open this up for any public testimony yet? Okay, so at this time, let's open docket item number C4 up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding this case, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There's no one in the chamber. There's 14 people online, but no one has their hand raised.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. So I guess we got to figure it out. I mean, it depends on what the commission wants to do. If you want to approve the project, adding the condition, I'll take a motion on that. Or if you want to have more discussion, we'll do that too.
I mean, I think I would like to approve it with the condition dealing with the stormwater. I think the native plantings is key, but from a land use standpoint, I know we want to orient it, but I also get the stormwater and detention challenges as well. So I feel comfortable approving it as is today with the additional conditions, so I can make a motion.
Yeah, I'm fine. As the water, if the water department's fine with the wording that we had just worked out before, I'm good to go. I still want to make sure that if it is a detention or an above ground stormwater detention, I don't know, pond, I hate to say detention, that certainly green infrastructure is incorporated into.
Okay, any comments, Ashley?
Nope.
Okay, take a motion, please.
So the additional condition is to address the, can someone just repeat it for me, please? It's it's
Just have them stated as part of the motion.
okay. I move to approve docket item C5 with conditions with the added condition, or C4 with the added condition as stated by Genevieve.
Which is to submit the final plat prior to receiving any building permits.
And if it is a above ground detention pond, that green infrastructure is incorporated into the final plat.
In that addition.
So I've got a motion.
I'll second that.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item C4 with the additional conditions as stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
I'm here. I was just writing all that down. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Crowell,
No.
Hill,
No.
Rojas,
Aye.
Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes 4-2 on docket item number C4. Thank you for waiting through all day and
Thank you.
all right. So thank you for hanging in there for another long meeting today. I was promised that November is going to be shorter, so we still got one more meeting in October to go. And I think Commissioner Baker, you want to talk about text amendment, but I think I've got those notes that maybe I talked with Director Williams about that, or
Maybe we can just add that to the next meeting, but the idea of, I think we've had a lot of issues with orientation day. I think we have that sometimes a lot anyway. So just figuring out a way to codify that, that it's not an option in certain situations so that we can kind of get a better urban form, even in our more suburban areas. I think we went through that with the gas station and pad site up near, I forget which creek, but yeah, it would have been better served if all the buildings were towards the edge of the street. So I think if we could just have that conversation briefly and maybe direct staff eventually to look at that, I think that would be better, because as we all know, it doesn't really matter unless it's in the code. So
okay. Any other thoughts from anybody before we end our meeting?
I just wanted to maybe add that it may be a way to codify percentage of street frontage to be building versus parking versus landscaping or something to that effect. Like, I think as opposed to, each site has its own unique features with the orientation, but I think what we're getting at is how much of that street frontage ends up being building versus a large surface parking lot versus green space. Does that feel helpful, James?
yeah, I think that's another issue, is just where parking is and how it operates. So
Yep. And it could be also an additional stipulation around the corner and buildings to be placed at the corner versus parking, something to that effect.
Okay. Sounds good. So motion to adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody.
So moved.
Thank you.